Yeah, I'm driving. I'm not gonna. I don't want to be quoted on it, but we know what the laws of distinction are.
No, but help me on this, because like I was giving examples of taking out transportation depots and the systems of communication, and so what's acceptable to cripple a country to its knees? Like, how would you do it?
I'm not an attorney.
No, I'm not an attorney. I don't practice the law of war. I'm just curious, like, how do you do it?
Yeah, I was going to answer your question, but I wanted to preface it by saying I'm not an attorney.
TC, let me let you answer it, but I do want to add something to this. But go ahead, just answer it and do what you need to do. Go.
Yeah, based on my layperson's understanding, right? You can target infrastructure that's being used to foment war. If it's considered a target that is used to, for example, transport military equipment or military technology, if it's used to fuel military infrastructure or technology systems that are in place, those can be considered legitimate military targets, even if they're also being used for civilian purposes as well. So, for example, a military target like a hospital, right? So you, as an enemy combatant, cannot go in to a school and say, I now commandeer this school and now I get sanctuary from being targeted militarily under Geneva Conventions because it's a school. No, you've effectively turned that school into a military target. So when you're talking about locomotives or if you're talking about transportation and that type of thing, and it's being used by enemy combatants to effectuate war, those become legitimate targets. What I'm suggesting that should not be the case, okay, is that we don't use any type of distinction when we're evaluating whether or not a target is a legitimate military target, such as what was being proffered by the previous speaker, that we just go in and blow up a whole bunch of shit. No, we have laws in this country. Like, that's what stops us from being the very tyrants that we seek to eliminate from the world.
I never said anything that you said. I said
you were promulgating what you were promulgating.
I never said carpet bomb, you fucking idiot. God damn, you're dumb. Stop fucking straw man, you faggot.
I looked up.
Let me add my question really quick. Yeah.
Sorry, what now?
I looked up the rules of war if you want me to read it to you. It's not that long.
I simply said they should have hit the IRGC harder. Yeah. I never said anything about civilians. I said they were casualty of war, and it's. But the same thing that Israel's doing in fucking Gaza is justified, and they're showing the fucking
proof of the pudding. Justified. What they did in Gaza was not justified.
Aleister Crowley.
Hamas doesn't exist, you faggot.
Please timestamp this. This is a man with 140 IQ. This must be
141.
Studied. Yeah, 141 claim.
Hey, don't steal my 1 point.
Okay, Sean, hold on. Let me ask TC, if the generals and the powers that be that make our decisions, I'm assuming they go in always thinking that what they're doing is to win, right? If something comes down the pipeline where they're told that, okay, if these X, Y, and Z decisions are made, we're automatically winners, regardless of what we're doing. There's no way they're not going to do it. That's kind of like that's the counter argument to what you're saying. Unfortunately, we're there to win. It doesn't really matter at what cost, actually, in some sense. Do you see that at all or not? I know you're going to.
I agree with you. No, I agree with you that no other international party can hold America accountable. That's correct, right? We answer only to our U.S. Constitution. However, our U.S. Constitution place certain demands that America is bound to through international treaties like the Geneva Convention. It makes it the supreme law of the land in the U.S. That's in the Constitution, right? And so if the Geneva Conventions that the U.S. is party to in that treaty says that we have to engage through distinction, and we cannot just go in and say, oh, that's just the casualties of war, collateral damage. Oh, well, no, if that's the case, then when those guys went in...
Can I ask for clarification?
When those guys went in...
I disagree legally. I disagree legally. The supreme law of our land is not the Geneva Convention, and nor does it overshadow or trump, excuse the pun, our Constitution. whatsoever.
I agree with you on the second part. I disagree with you on the first part.
No, it's not. Firstly,
the international treaties does not trump the Constitution.
This was the point.
Hold on, Sean.
You fucking
Hold on, Sean. I'm engaging with Abby for a second.
Spoken long enough.
All right, so hold on, Sean. Let me respond to Abby specifically.
That who would hold them accountable?
While I
would be the U.S. armed personnel.
That the United States is treaty to international constitution.
Where was the Geneva Convention violation when Obama instructed his fucking
I'm not fucking defending Obama.
I'm not talking about you defending it, you dumb faggot. You fucking said, oh, well, the people that stopped it be the armed service personnel. But where the fuck was the court-martial? Where was the goddamn trial for the fucking armed fucking military, the fucking airmen who were instructed to take the fucking drones and airstrike fucking U.S. citizens? Where was the court-martial? Where was the Geneva Convention fucking trial where they had to go and fucking before a tribunal because Obama instructed them to fucking drone strike U.S. citizens? You said they wouldn't pull the trigger. They surveyed armed personnel and they asked them, would you fire on U.S. citizens? 70% of them said yes. They said during martial law or a lockdown or a severe situation in the United States, they would engage U.S. civilians as combatants and fire on them. What the fuck are you talking about?
Are you done, dude?
You're a fucking idiot. You said,
are you done?
The military would stop them in the Constitution. Well, didn't fucking stop them when Obama said, hey, drone strike that motherfucker. Did it. I want to see where the fucking court-martial and the trial was. You dumb fucking faggot. Stop straw manning. I never said carpet bomb anybody, faggot.
You got it. You got your point out.
Goddamn dumb cunt.
Now let TC.
And let this stupid midwit
Come
faggot
on,
talk.
man.
No, I should have.
Stop it. Go ahead.
I should have never gotten down to this level because I know I'm not going to be able to match that level of idiocy. But I'll at least try and respond. So there, and I'm driving. I'm happy to grab the sources once I'm done driving. In the Iraq War, I can't remember exactly what the situation was, but apparently there was some situation in which a few of our soldiers went in and...
No, it was in California. It was a guy who killed a cop, too. Don't forget about that.
Our guy,
a fucking black guy. There was a black guy that was running road
I don't have the energy for this.
In California, and they drone striked him on U.S. soil. You fucking retard. I'm not talking about Iraqi combatants. There was a black guy who went and fucking murked a fucking cop, and they drone striked his ass.
Chris Dorn.
Yeah, the guy that was running through the forest. They drone striked his ass.
Yeah,
the guy in California, he's running through the forest like playing fucking...
No, they burned his house down. He was in a log, and they torched the building, and they roasted him.
Where was the court-martial, you dumb faggot? Where was the fucking airman that said, I'm not going to do that because it gets the fucking Constitution?
You know, what's interesting about all of this is that ideologically, I kind of align with what TC is saying to an extent. I do think Gaza was wrong, and I do think killing civilians is bad. But unfortunately, because we needed and did go into Iraq.
Yeah, they have free elections in Iraq now.
Hey, because of what we were going to do in Iran, and it should have just been, again, overwhelming force from day one, because this sends the worst
Senior, what makes you think that it wasn't overwhelming force on day one? What makes you think that? Because they put down an incredible amount of firepower, and so apparently it's not enough firepower for you. Well, how much more firepower would you satisfy your complaint?
I want honestly, jokingly / non-jokingly, I want enough firepower that I don't go to building standing in fucking Tehran. That's what I want.
So you want to nuclearly obliterate an entire city full of innocent people? Wow, that sounds like black supremacy and black fascism to me.
It's what Reagan threatened, correct?
Nobody would have held us accountable. They all would have been fucking happy when the RGC was completely eliminated. Just like everybody's going to be happy when Hamas is eliminated 100%.
Let me ask you a question, Senior, since you put this on the table, Senior. What do you think the unintended consequences of that action would be? If we did do what you're suggesting, which is to flatten Iran, what do you think?
I don't think that's what he said, though.
I thought he said...
no, he said flatten fucking the RGC and the 10% would support them.
No, right. He wanted to bomb.
Yeah, he said all the ones that are
Not what he said. That's not.
I gave clarification. He said yes. That's exactly what I was saying. Because they said don't talk about it.
Senior, did you say? I thought you said you didn't care much about the civilian casualties.
They said it's a casualty.
I'm less concerned about it. Yeah, I'm not overly concerned about.
Would you been okay if we dropped a nuclear bomb and eradicated Iran? Would you been okay with that?
No.
Okay. So what's the balance here? What did you want to see?
If I'm going to be asked for what sort of overwhelming force would I would have satisfied me from the beginning, jokingly / non-jokingly, I would have said level all of Tehran, or at a very minimum, every address that we have for where someone who was in IRGC lives, the whole fucking building came down.
Yep.
If there's a guy in the IRGC who lives in your apartment building, it all comes to the fucking ground.
What are the unintended consequences of taking
civilians?
I'm not going to sit here and say that there's not going to be any unintended consequences or there's not going to be bad consequences from it. But I think for America, because that's where my concern is, the consequences are going to be now. We look like we can't fight no fucking body now.
Yep.
We look weak. We look like the fucking Iranians are able to hold.
Yeah, but man, Infinity, the point is, like,
do you think they're looking at the consequences? Hold it, Rich. Do you think they're looking at the consequences of what happens to American citizens when they threaten death to America and when they get the nuke and they have long-range ballistic missiles that can hit our shores? Do you think they really care about the damage to American citizens?
No,
they surely didn't care. Wait, let me just finish my sentence. They surely didn't care about the damage to the Israeli civilians. They went in and they caused all kinds. Or do they care when they shoot their ballistic missiles into Tel Aviv and into Jerusalem? And they hit civilian targets like universities and hospitals that don't have military installations. They don't care. So why are we?
That's the balance.
Okay.
Right?
Wait, and let me just say one last thing.
Yeah.
On the other point, the Constitution is our supreme law of our land, and it overshadows foreign treaties, legislative, the supreme law of the land is the Constitution. So it needs to be clear on what you were saying.
To a treaty, it becomes the supreme law.
It does not become the supreme law of the land.
Do you want me to get you the chapter and verse?
I will tell you what part of the Constitution.
Israel's going to bring up on war crimes and fucking throw
supremacy clause, so if we want to talk about what part of the Constitution, we can go through Article 6 and we can talk about the supremacy clause. Treaties that are made under the United States are supreme over state laws, but not over the Constitution.
Abby, yes, you're not gonna be able to debate me on this.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Okay, thank you.
How many years have you been practicing law?
This is a moot point here. We both agree. The international treaties do not trump the Constitution.
Thank you.
If the dimwit allowed me to speak earlier, he'd be able to understand what I agree with and what I disagree.
You said they were co-equal.
It's the Constitution.
Come on, TC. TC. When you action, TC. Action, please, TC.
Why are 10 people ganging up on TC?
We're agreeing on it.
If
But it has to go through
why are you having a debate with 10 people on one guy? Like, because he can't answer 10 of you. Irrelevant. Just ask one at a time.
He said that the armed personnel
I don't care. Just have one at a time.
They would not fucking violate the Geneva Convention, and that they wouldn't
I don't care.
commit fucking war crimes.
I care.
But then Obama drone striked an American citizen in California.
Okay, great. You know what? I would have fucking shot him too.
Yes, so would I. So would I. We agree with you, Brad.
Never conducted a drone strike on U.S. soil. You are
They
a
would have
liar.
looked at their superior and said,
There has never been a lethal drone strike on U.S. soil. You are a liar, sir.
What, Bree? What, Bree?
There has never been an lethal drone strike in.
It does not trump the Constitution. But the Constitution is clear, and I posted it in the chat. I'm driving. Any questions on that, you can take it up with the Constitution. It says, it clearly says, all treaties made or which shall be made under the authority of the United States shall be supreme law.
Of the land.
Yeah.
Treaties have to be self-executing. They have to either be self-executing or they have to be, which means they're implemented by Congress, or they have to have legislative action.
And the one that we're talking
TC's
about,
equivalent argument is when the Muslims say, "Oh, well, the criteria, so we don't accept it."
In 2013, Christopher Dahmer, a former LAPD officer.
Like, conservatives, we have to do better. Like, if we're going to be as dumb as Sean, at least mute him so that we can correct the misinformation that's spewing out of his mouth.
Can I leave it at this with you?
At the very least, we can have some credibility and mute him when he's spreading bullshit.
Although the treaties will
onto Rich, and Rich is making valid points.
Probably more relevantly than most people, because I know that I'm an American citizen. I have the Constitution. I joined the Army, and I was under UCMJ, Uniform Code of Military Justice, which stripped me away of having my constitutional rights because I was now underneath the UCMJ, but also because I was a I have my Jesus Convention card. I have the Constitution. I have the UCMJ, and like y'all are completely dude. I'm 100% on Abby's side with this thing. Like if you are a civilian, the Constitution.
The guy that lasted 42 minutes.
Ree, let me ask you, Brad, people who have served
45 minutes,
because I do want to get a real world example. So just real quick, if there's a person in a house, a high value.
Building a nuke.
Okay, maybe. Just hold on, Rich. We'll get to that maybe. But the person's doing their business there, and there's family members and what have you. What is the rule there? Like, what are we doing here? Like,
that would be like when
that was for Abby, not Bree.
We cornered Uday.
Bree, it could be Abby and.
Let's hear Abby, so we don't have.
Surrounded it, like they had people that were in there, plus his family and all that shit. And we were taking fire from them. We surrounded that motherfucker, and we got tired of it. So we dropped a JDAM on that motherfucker.
So is that a war crime? Like, are those people in prison?
No.
And
the TC said they wouldn't do that.
That was my question to TC.
We do that. So in HVT,
yeah, that was the whole point, Brad.
Okay, dude, chill. I'm talking. All right, chill. You can talk after me. Just take a breath. Out the wives, we'll take out everybody if we have to. If that's the last and best option to go ahead and do this, yes.
Even if they're a U.S. citizen?
Jesus Christ. Even if they're a U.S. citizen. Fuck. People act like we didn't drop fucking bombs on top of an apartment building because Black Panther were in it. Like, spare me your outrage. Has to be killed or removed from the field. Yeah, they're gone. So are their children. And unfortunately, in the days of modern warfare, the way they hide amongst children and they put family members around them, Bree is right. Like, you're going to, yeah, we'll try to snag you in a way, but if it doesn't work out and we have a limited window, yeah, you're going to get a JDAM, you're going to get a tomahawk, you're going to get something coming through the window to come put that warhead on the forehead. So it's going to be a lot.
So far, Bree, Brad, and Senor and Rich are all right.
So is it fair to say that there's
war crimes are determined by, well, to be honest, the winners. If you really want to know the truth.
TC, what do you make of what you're hearing right now?
But man, that's your point.
He's on a point, man.
That was our whole point. Yeah.
Do you guys want an example?
So I'm not okay. I guess the difference is that was like a sick event. You know, it's one person's versus say 100,000 people.
Look at it this way, man.
Is that the difference, Brad?
Yeah, it's one person. Plus, they're not generally like an enemy of the United States or combatant against the United States is not granted the same constitutional rights you may be. Hence why we still have Guantanamo Bay, waterboarding, having people in their own hands. These things, they get a little murky on it. The UCMJ does govern us, but if Top Hat actually says, go ahead, it's cleared, Top Hat's going to get what they want. They're going to execute. So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter where you run to. So, like, for those saying it's a war crime, yeah, but who's going to actually enforce it? Because the U.S. The U.S. doesn't agree to any of that. For a war crime, France has committed war crimes, but no one calls them out. England, I guess you could throw Tony Blair under it. You think England's going to give up Tony Blair? Putin? You honestly think Russia's going to hand over Putin to a world court without any enforcement mechanism? It's just a virtue signaling court. That's it.
How about like a scenario? Let me just grow it out a little bit bigger, and if we want, we can throw in Rich's scenario there of a nuke. Let's factory working on various nefarious activities, and we go in there and we just completely, bomb the fuck out of it. We're still in the clear, because the whole point, like I was mentioning to TC, is if there's a way to win the war, we're gonna do it, right, Brad? I mean, it's just the way it is.
Correct. That's what we did in Japan. We targeted resources. Like here's a simple construct of how the military operates. We'll attack you from the front. And then what we do is we hit your resources. We cut off your supply lines. We cut off where you're going to manufacture your bullets. Who manufactures those bullets? Civilians. We're going to bomb them. We did that in World War II. We did it in Vietnam. We did it in Gulf War I, and we did it kind of in Gulf War II. So the U.S. has a 3-tiered prong attack.
We did it with the bullet.
Naval element, we will do it at sea as well. We absolutely fucking destroy civilian areas. We cut off, we do chokeholds, and we will starve eradicate, we will blow up watersheds, infrastructure projects, water pipelines, energies. We absolutely will. Like, total war is not fucking your video games or your fucking Hollywood movies. Like, war is war.
And we win at all costs. There's no, like, honestly, there's and like,
but no,
you do a full throttle.
Man, it's more of this
against this or what? Come on.
No, it's the problem is that now you have these groups that embed themselves in the civilian population. So think about this. Would you like? Do you think your sons and daughters deserve to die?
We bombed the fucking ballistic missile facility and killed civilians in fucking north of Tehran. We had no fucking problems or qualms with doing it. But he's like, oh, that's a war crime. Our people like Brad would never pull the trigger. Yeah, the fuck Brad would. Brad gets the fucking command, pull the trigger. If one guy controlled the ballistic missile and they said push the button, you push the button.
Oh yeah.
If you're a Minuteman, you would do the same thing.
But I mean, here's the other thing too. Like we abide by it, but I mean, fuck. You're talking about like the Germans wanted us to get rid of shotguns because they thought that was such a horrifying weapon. Like really? We abide by a lot of rules. Like we generally like Abu Dhabi or whatever it is. The prison up there. We had that was torturous and people paid the price. Is going to kill you. Like you may not like the grittiness of war. This is why it's a calling, not you're not forced into it in the United States. And sleep okay at night, you better let them go ahead and do it because quite frankly, you're not prepared for that kind of fight.
This is just a side note. Out of curiosity, because I'm just gonna try to, since Beema's not gonna do it, or maybe she will here in a minute. If we didn't have a army or military or any kind of defense, how quickly, this is kind of a little bit off topic, but I've always had this question, how quickly would we be invaded on the mainland, do you think, Brad? I've always wondered this, actually.
What, you mean if we didn't have the ponds on either side? And
yeah, like anywhere, I guess.
I don't know. If we were in Europe, we would have been invaded multiple times already. If we were like Poland, yeah, we would have been fucked with a long time ago. The U.S. is
guns and beers and pickup trucks. How quickly would we be like the mainland? Like, if all of a sudden, like, we woke up the next day.
By then you'd have a civilian population that was armed. Yeah, they could probably launch some missiles, they could do some damage, but would they be able to suppress the entire territory of the U.S.? Fuck no. I mean, you would have to get mechanized units, you'd have to get supply lines over the Rockies fuck, good luck with that one. You're going to have, if you decided to come from the West, the East, good luck with that, because you got fucking Europe sitting right there that would fucking actually go ahead and start knocking on their door, along with some of the South American and Central Americans. They would start fucking putting out, an arsenal.
So kind of like
you need the Arctic though, Brad, to be fair.
Guns and people. Right. Hold on, I'm talking. What the hell are you talking over me, man?
I know, but Matt, I think you asked a question that you should ask.
You asked a question. Quickly would that happen? So are we saying it would happen, right? Or we're saying it wouldn't happen?
A total invasion, Matt, or takeover?
God damn it. Okay, my point is, this kind of goes to the favor of people who are like, anti-war, anti-military. If they're not going to do anything, then maybe we don't need a military. That's
trying to put batteries in people's back.
Go ahead, take it. Go for it.
Okay, so Matt, a takeover would probably take, a year and a half. If you were really talking about to get your resources to set up logistics. Like, people don't realize how big the U.S. really is. I know a lot of you don't, but trust me, it's fucking massive. Its terrain is so diverse. You go from desert to fucking tundra. We'd probably lose Alaska. Hawaii would probably be taking over parts of California and probably stop at the Rockies. Vast. That middle prairie is not something you want to contend with. Like, fuck, it takes you 2.5 days to get through Texas. That's just one fucking state. And that's driving at 85 miles an hour. Try moving a mechanized unit of like 100 fucking men, supplies, resources, fucking water. Like, you have to know where water supplies are. I mean, shit, these guys would be drinking from cobalt ponds in the back of fucking, electric plants, and then they'd be fucking.
Not mostly protecting the homeland.
Oh, we have a really strong protection, dude. Like, it's massive.
Wait,
like, our defenses.
What did you say?
Oh, our defenses are massive. Like, trust me, no one's invading us. Not for the next 100 years.
I just play like a devil's advocate role here, because like if we're safe here in the mainland and we don't need it, like if we didn't have a military, then why? Don't do anything. Go for it. Yeah.
Well, Matt, I had a question. Maybe Brad can answer this, but the only vulnerability, and it's not really a vulnerability, but the Arctic is the area where the Chinese have tons of ships right now, or at least tons of interest in there. Same with Russia. I mean, it is an area where you can't. I mean, the U.S. I mean, Canada would get attacked first, but the fact is, we're right there. So it's an important area that I think that's why Greenland is so important, and that's why other presidents, including Truman, have looked at Greenland as a strategic stronghold, and it's probably the only chance that any country would really have to try to come into the U.S. Doesn't mean
King, you're under the impression that we would be pretty invaded by China. That's
no, not quickly. I'm saying that's the only place they would stand even a 1% chance to trot would be that area.
Okay. Huh.
Because Greenland is protected by the Danish, which in you may have a shot at least.
This is a really interesting thought experiment. I know it was kind of off topic to what we were just talking about, war crimes and what have you, but I've always just been wondering about that, because if we're,
He's not taking the bait, Matt.
I know. Well, you try to get me off the mic. I'm trying to find something here to support the people who think that we should have less military. And if our mainland...
All right, Matt, tell them that they're going to kill all the plants. They're going to kill all the plants and all the flowers and shook them up.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, Matt, why is the U.S. Army older than the United States of America?
Way older? What?
Yeah, the U.S. Army is 1775. The United States of America is 1776.
Not lying on that.
Okay.
1 year older.
Why? I mean...
Well, the answer is because it took the military to make...
disagree with that. Okay, Chaos wanted to jump in here. Go ahead, Chaos.
Slumdog Millionaire.
Is that Chaos and Chillism?
Yeah, it's a Slumdog Millism, Chaos. And Andrew's
been a while. Rich. Yeah, so it's a really good topic. I do love talking about stuff. I think I do think that America can't be invaded at the moment. I feel like you guys have a really good geological advantage, which would prohibit any force at mass to accumulate and attack. And a couple of things. I think Matt, you asked how why does America have a huge military? I think I want to draw comparisons to Rome. I think Rome, and it became from a local regional power, a superpower. The military just expanded completely. I think we could draw similar parallels with America as well, where after World War I and World War II, I think it became from a regional power to a superpower. And I think we could draw parallels like that. So that's another thing I want.
USA, 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 US.
So, is there anybody here that thinks that we should have less of the military?
Hey, still try and look at him.
I just want to see.
I think she's sleeping, bro. Her died because of...
Amazing she's not chiming in.
Well, I'm not chiming in because
I felt guilty that last round.
I wasn't trying to bait your Bima, but I actually have a question, Bima. Do you have, and you don't have to answer if it's too personal, do you have family members that are in the military or were in the military?
Yeah, the man that I'm with served almost 20 years.
And so what's your impression of the military?
Well, it's shit. It's shit. Does
he think it's shit, the guy that served?
Yeah, he does. And he recognized that when he was in Afghanistan. He went to both. He did both. Ultimately, he saw that there were different narratives that were being played from the recordings of what, they would record news articles and news stations here, send them out there, and then they would play them over there. And when they'd be playing them, the narratives of what U.S. was being, what we were being told back home was completely different from what he was experiencing out there.
Also, what would play? Would it be curated just for military, or would they CNN or Fox or what was it?
All of that stuff.
All of what?
All of CNN, Fox.
So ABC, how is that curated differently for the?
He wasn't against a bunch of terrorists that were trying him, along with all of his members there, they were experiencing something much different. And
so anecdotally, he had a different experience.
Right, he had a different experience.
Was he in a command position?
At one point,
like a captain level?
No, never, no. He couldn't get that far because he was causing too much trouble. He's like me, he's hard-headed, and he's a good person, and he refused to do things. But they knew that he was a good person, that he wasn't refusing to do it out of, I don't want to follow command. It was a genuine, I can't do this. I can't morally do this.
So what happened? Was he court-martialed for it?
No, never. They do whatever they could. He tells the story of them. To land nav because of it. They took him out of the front lines, and then he got into land navigation, and
but he wasn't in a command position, and he wasn't privy to those levels of strategic information.
You would have to talk to him. I
Brad,
don't know what
Brad might be better to ask this than me.
Yeah, I've never heard. I'm sure Bree's going to back me up on this. I've never heard of like a captain taking me out because I wanted to refuse an order. That shit just doesn't happen. Fuck no.
Well, I mean, it did. So
no, no, it didn't. The story doesn't make sense to me. Like there's something misaligned.
Okay, well,
I'm not saying anything.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you, but you can't just say that.
You can't say that he protested in the fucking military. You don't do that.
You can't say that. You understand that? You can't just say it and believe it to be true. I mean, sure, of course you could say it, but it doesn't make it true. And you, as loud as you are, or as loud as anybody else is going to be, it doesn't make. Okay, sure, that's fine. You can deny it all you want. If it's too difficult for you, if it's too difficult.
I want you to tell me.
We do have good people, and we even have good people serving in the military. We do have people that are in command positions that are still good people. We do, and that's just the fact of the matter.
Entire military shit, so that meant all of us, and then you went on to proceed to say that you're soft.
No. The concept. No. I don't think that the people. I don't think that the people. No. The system, Brad. That this isn't the experience of so many people and so many soldiers that we had to add. No, not that. I'm Doesn't lie.
Can he come on?
He did with telling you that story, girl.
Can anybody hear me?
I promise you.
Is this one captain? He lost 3 squads in like all of like 2 weeks, and from this one guy that was making courtyard IEDs. Well, he ended up getting the guy at the end of it on the last. After that, they figured out where he was at with the commandant and all that crap. They found him, and they handcuffed him, and they took him out, or zip tied him and took him out to the desert, and he walked up and shot him in the back of the head, execution style.
Yeah, but what's the punishment, Bree, if you
he went 11 words.
No,
Can I answer?
Yeah,
because he told. Answer.
No, we asked if a person protested while they were active duty. What would be the punishment?
We got it. Take a guess, man. Take a guess at who this is, brother.
Is somebody trolling you, Matt?
Wait, is that BB?
No, it's not. Dog, take a guess, man. Take a fucking guess, bro. Who else was black that was in the space that was infamous, bro? Who else? Who else used to set Clubhouse ablaze?
Welcome back.
Oh man, I've been.
Is and the way that it preys on people and ruins people's lives. That's what I was referring to.
You're just saying your boyfriend shouldn't lie.
I feel that the people. Do you know, Rich? You're a piece of trash. You honestly are always a piece of trash. No. You are trash. You are trash. You are the only person here that's trash, Rich, is you. Okay, all you want to do is start trouble, try to humiliate people. It's just trash. It's just trash.
Fucking dumb shit all around. Getting issued fucking broken down equipment, waiting on fucking orders.
Hurry up and fucking wait.
Yep, hurry up and fucking wait. Fubar, fucking fucked up beyond all recognition. Snafu, situation normal, all fucked up. Like all of that and a bag of chips. But the idea that now I call Cap because in this day, I have been on Clubhouse for a long time. We have found people who have said, fucking, they were SEAL Team Delta, fucking Rambo operators from fucking Marsac, and that they were snipers.
all in one fucking time. So many times on this app, and so much in real life, that I'm like, even guys who have served, I just kind of take a step back now and just like watch what they say, watch what they do. I can honestly tell you, and I'm saying this as not a mean guy, nothing harmful. There is no fucking way in a combat zone that you, let alone in the rear, wherever you're at, on a base, you're going to tell some officer or a gunny or a chief or what does the fucking army have? Whatever those idiots have. You are never going to tell them, no, I'm not going to do something, and you're going to get played. You're going to get kid gloves on it. It just doesn't happen that way. And I'm just telling you, you may be telling the story wrong. I'll accept that. But if that's exactly verbatim what he told you, there's a lot missing on that.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I can accept also that I think that this is an extreme exception. I think he's an extreme exception because he's just a very different individual. He's not like most people, and he's just I don't just all together. He was different. So I don't doubt that, and I don't think that it's a good. It wasn't good for me to tell this story at all because I think that hindsight it shows weakness, and it's just a bad idea overall. So yeah, I'll just put it off to I lied and the story was bullshit. I think that's fine. I don't care. But ultimately, I still will hold to everything else and say that I think that the government targets young minds, ruins lives, and is trash overall. I think I'm happy that you had a good personal experience, and I'm glad that the brotherhood, and that's good for you. But I know way too many people, way too many lives who have been completely ruined, destroyed forever, and affected generations. I can't ever. I worked for the National Purple Heart Museum. No, nothing. As long as it's declared, definitive, objective, objectually factual, identifiable, confirmed, clarified, verified fact that it's self-defense. Once that happens, you've lost all sphere of protection, any type of limitations, any type of. You're done. Don't. I am not going to ever advocate for a nation, right? Because we remember that we're ruled by the ruling elite and that the large majority of us are just people trying to live from day to day, to harm innocent people that specifically had nothing to do with the ruling elite's decisions to do whatever they're going to do. You can't kill innocent people some sort of attempt to attain moral legitimacy. It's never going to happen, right? You identify the aggressor, you identify the situation, and you take care of it. You don't cause more innocent people to die. I reject largely war theory. I think the war theory is trash, and I think we need to update our compass. But at the same time, like I said, don't think that I'm a pacifist, because I'm not a pacifist. As soon as it becomes self-evident that this is self-defense, pray.
Well, that's a great question. I don't know if we can keep going back and forth, but I was kind of curious. Is there anybody here who is like just like pro-war, like just gung-ho, like any?
Do you really have to fucking ask this question? Fucking combatant on fucking Earth and just decimating all the fucking combatants.
So you're for like any war? Like we should get involved in any war. What?
Oh, somebody.
Start the wars that send young men in. We need to put them on the front line and make them start this shit. Back when kings used to be on the battlefield with their men. Like, we need to go back to that kind of shit. Because, like, right now, you're literally...
Son of a bitch.
It's a good point.
Well, where are our leaders that do that? I mean, George Bush. You didn't see George Bush in Battle Rattle.
No, but you saw Schwarzkopf.
Hey, I love me some General Schwarzkopf.
George Washington was a straight.
You haven't had a president lead troops into battle.
George Washington was a straight up gangster.
Should that be a requirement?
Most gangster president ever in life.
Who's that?
There will never be another president who was like, fuck that. I'm going to stand on the front of the boat while we fighting blue. Nigga, ain't that more gangster than that?
That's true. Good point.
With the teeth pulled out of his own slaves.
And he had a big old musket ready to blow.
Marshall, you raise a good point. I mean, should our presidents be on the front line? Would that change the whole dynamics of war for them if they're out there doing the business too? I mean, I don't know. What are your thoughts, Marshall?
Let's go back to the ancient world. Fuck it.
Okay.
Realistically, it would probably bring in some kind of moderating. It would probably bring in some kind of a moderating influence because they would have to be there and fight themselves.
Exactly.
But no, realistically, modern presidents are not getting back in the field. The last president we had that led men into battle as like a general thing, like as a full commander, was Andrew Jackson, but you also had Zachary Taylor, who was a general. Eisenhower was a general, right? Now they United States expectations internationally. So should they be on the front lines? No. Should we require some sort of military training?
Like, this nigga was dropping niggas in the field. Like, bro, this wasn't no regular. Bro, as far as I think George Washington was a fucking alien.
Wait, Machiavelli.
I think this nigga was an alien, bro. George Washington was dropping niggas in the field, bro.
Wait, hold on, Machiavelli. Based on what you just said, are you saying he was dropping slaves in the field?
Yo, you know what I mean? Stop being fucking little.
Oh, no, I was just curious.
No.
I mean, Eisenhower didn't lead troops into battle. Eisenhower commanded them.
No, not as president. Andrew Jackson served in the Revolutionary War and commanded forces during the War of 1812, but he wasn't president at the time. Ulysses S. Grant led the Union Army in victory in the Civil War. William Henry Harrison commanded American forces at the Battle of Tippecanoe. Other presidents with combat experience: Harry Truman led troops as an artillery officer in World War I. JFK, John F. Kennedy, served as Navy lieutenant in World War II. Known for his actions in PT 109, and H.W. Bush was a Navy pilot who saw combat in World War II. Several other presidents saw combat or were in the military during wartime, including James Monroe, Rutherford B. Hayes, Garfield, and Dwight D. Eisenhower, who commanded Allied forces in World War II. There you go.
But again, it goes back to old men that start wars, that know each other, but young men are the ones that don't know the person that are. Chapter 1000, Military Order of the Purple Heart. You know, I'm not talking shit when I'm talking about the military. I mean, dude, it was the worst thing going through it, but the thing that, like Brad said, I want to go back to so bad. Like, it was shit going through it. But it's the thing that I missed kind of the freaking most.
Because it's a man thing, nigga. It's a man thing. Bullets, gunfire. You can smell that gunpowder. I wasn't even there. I wasn't even fucking there. You understand me? I'm not
Did you say it's Did you say it's a manfinity? He's here.
I would use 1% of the.
There you go.
What comes in
it is what it is, bro.
Wait, welcome to the stage, LC. How are you, Al?
Fantastic, Naveen. How are you? Good to hear this.
I just think that, I'm happy that everything that's been happening so far, because for what we would have never gotten to do or any of this shit if we would have let the Democrats run another 4 years, but it would have just kept up. And there would have been some other ice cream looking president, or Kamala Harris, probably talking about watching tolerance yet again, and nothing's getting done. So, like, I hate how everybody's complaining, but it's like, motherfucker, this is what it is. And I've always said this to people. I've always
of the world, whether you like it or not. So be ready. And that's what he said. So I don't. Bro, and this is the problem with people too.
Dude,
people have gotten so fucking strong and gotten so bitch made. They forgot what America was really like from the beginning. Nigga, we came from the days of the Wild Wild West. We came from the days where people rode on horses and shit. There was
Randy say slightly different.
An unexpected repair can wipe out your savings fast. Protect yourself with a home warranty from Cinch Home Services. In the end, people gene therapies dressed up as vaccines. And that's what
They changed the definition of vaccine.
I know they did.
It's wild, huh?
It is wild because if they put a new gene in, the only thing we have to do is test that new gene and the antigen it produces. As long as they're safe, then the whole thing is safe. Now, the fact is, none of it's safe, and it can't be made safe. Anything you load into that
Vaccine, we just were able to get exposed to a weak version of the virus that enabled us to build the antibodies we need to fight the real thing. Of course, Jack's point was that mRNA vaccines were totally different from the, attenuated virus, is that what it's called? Yeah. Vaccinations, which were in the past what vaccines would do, and Jack was making that point. And this guy, Dave Jorgensen, said, the anti-vaxxers went so far right, they looped around and invented vaccinations. These people, I'm wondering if the real left-right divide is sub 70 IQ versus everyone else. And I'm being
RNA is basically a RNA gene wrapped in a lipid nanoparticle. That lipid nanoparticle has no addressing mechanism on it. They inject it into you, it flows around in your blood and your lymph, and any cell that it touches may take it up because it's basically just coated in fat. Your cells are made of fat, like it goes in. So the problem is by design, that shot tells your cell to make a foreign protein, in this case, the spike protein. That foreign protein ends up on the surface of the cell, and your immune system, when it sees your cell making a foreign protein, it thinks virus. Is in your muscle or your liver, not a big deal. If that cell is in your heart, it's a big deal, right? Your heart is not supposed to have a viral infection. Is just heart inflammation. This isn't just heart inflammation.
And pericarditis.
Right, but these are itis, inflammation. It's not inflammation. This is inflammation, which is the symptom of damage to your heart, which has an extremely low capacity for self-repair. So why is it that a soccer player is running down the field and his heart gives out? Because he's got a wound in his heart he doesn't know about. He's running under pressure, and suddenly something gives way.
Real quick, though, you said the
lungs aren't. Your lungs are exposed to the outside world. So in any case, I'm not saying it never happens.
Is that true for any other internal organs? Like your kidneys are less likely to get infection? Similar?
No, your kidneys can get infected because virus, and your own body destroys its own healthy cells, and that's supposed to knock up to create an immune response. It's built in. And so what the whole thing was predicated on was that the shot stays in your arm, right? If the shot stayed in your arm and their little pseudovirus infected your cells, and then your immune system cleared those cells by killing them off, it wouldn't be a huge Well, cancer is a different matter. If you have a terminal disease and we've got an mRNA shot that might address that disease, you might be willing to take that risk. The platform itself is terminally flawed.
So we're going to go to Rumble Rants and Super Chats. One quick last question, though, is how much information can be delivered to the cell? I mean, could they reprogram a cell could they repair damaged DNA or RNA? With the mRNA platform? Yeah, so imagine they took like a stem cell of yours, they had like a perfect DNA strand or whatever. They inject it into your body so that it tells the cells to reproduce perfectly, so that basically destroys the aging process or ends the aging process. Well, we're not going to end the aging process, and we'll have to talk another time about why that is. They're political reasons or biological? Biological reasons. Oh, let's talk telomeres. Could they make the cells reproduce perfectly again. Like it's a damaged cell, but they give it the perfect information.
Well,
program it to reproduce.
You're kind of coming at the story upside down because describing, right? The idea is you might have cells that are doing the wrong thing for some.
Make everybody. I mean, could you imagine if something like that happened, where they were doing a mass clinical test like that?
Yeah, but what I would tell you is that what can be done on paper is spectacular. What happens when you try to deploy these things in the layered complex systems that make up the human body is you end up with all sorts of unintended consequences.
I understand that. I'm saying, so imagine if you could do 5 billion clinical. PM, rumble.com. Ian didn't mention that.
Or is he progressing too? That's what I care about.
Off a cliff.
Maybe. Time to regress, Linz.
Monkey King says, wow, Brett even cut his hair for this interview. Thank you, Tim.
Nice
Did you?
hair, by the way.
No, I had someone else do it.
Correct. Yeah. All right. K-Toth Swiss says, feeling bad for stupid people is what got us here, Brett.
This
with a what? There's a red button, a blue button. If more than 50% press the blue button, everyone lives. If more than 50% press red, anyone who pressed blue dies. Moral dilemma.
Yes, it is one.
And everybody just says, like, just press the red button.
There's a big leap of human evolution some 300,000 years ago where they discovered the first human bone that was actually looked like it had been repaired. Before that,
bill of goods, and I think many of them have lied to themselves. And the story that they tell themselves is that there are people who are so broken, there's just nothing we could do for them. And they're half right, okay? Once a person has gotten through development, it's very hard to help them. Before they've been damaged in development, it's very easy to protect them by delivering an environment that looks like their ancestral environment, so their body knows what to do, their mind knows how to develop, and that's what we ought to be targeting. So I just want you to separate two questions. What do we do for the broken people on planet Earth today? And the answer is that's going to be a tough one, and we're going to be less successful than we would like. The generation that has yet to emerge, everything, and it ought to be our obsession. Right? We can start dealing. You don't need to have children who need orthodontia. We know how to solve that problem. We're just not admitting it, right? It's solvable, right? It has to do with a feedback. When you chew as a child, you put orthodontia? That doesn't need to be. If you wanted that problem to be solved 10 years from now, we could solve it and we wouldn't create massive numbers of new people. You need a tiny number of orthodontists just for the few people who have.
What are you saying? Kids should be eating hard stuff?
Yeah. Look up Mike Mew.
Mike Mew?
Mike Mew.
What do you mean? Like, my baby doesn't have teeth, you know?
Right. But your baby, and you should go to Mike Mew for the exact advice on what to feed when. But your baby naturally, if it better be pureed, then what you're going to do is you're going to cause the wrong information to register. Her jaw will collapse. She'll need orthodontia. And then you know what the orthodontist will tell you? It's genetic.
But
which doesn't make any sense.
She gets puree sometimes, but we were told by all the doctors to give her stuff to chew on, so she chews soft things.
What about, like, do you ever do like a frozen strawberry and a little net thing? That stuff's awesome.
Yeah.
Loved that stuff.
Mike Mew calls it the big bolus chewing, involving chewing a large ball of 5 to 10 pieces of gum to strengthen the masseter muscles and develop the gonial angle, the jaw corner. But how old, how young do they start?
Ask Mike Mew. Right. I don't want to pretend to be an authority on this.
Today,
I'll ask AI to analyze his work.
And she was rather enjoying her beats. But I was eating cheese, and she saw me eating cheese.
And she knew that cheese can't be beets.
And she reached over and she went, And I looked at my wife and I was like, should I give her some? Should I give her a little piece? So I gave her a little piece of cheese, and then she took the beets and threw them on the floor.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's what happened.
You got to mix the beets with the cheese.
And she's like, now I don't have to eat them. And then we were like, you're done. You're not eating. And then she started crying.
He says the earlier the better. The earlier the children start, the better. That's an interesting philosophy. It makes a lot. I mean, just basic, duh.
The most important thing, though, is that we handed her a flute, and she instantly figured it out. Mm-hmm. And she's just going, burp, 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 and we're like, yes. Oh, I got to tell you guys this story. Respond to the keyboard, it's going bang, 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 bang on it. We were like, she knew right away what to do.
To buy the piano?
Yes, and when we told the man we're going to buy it, and picked her up to put her in a chair, she started reaching for it and yelling and complaining, and then started putting her back, refusing to go into her seat because she wanted to play the piano.
I hear that.
So we're very excited.
Morning, dude. Yes,
and then
that.
Is it already delivered? Is it all in the house now?
Yeah,
You play it all the time.
We've had it for 2 to 3 days.
Love it.
And she just goes bing, 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 bing.
That's so great.
She smashes it. She's won.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's pretty obvious she loves music.
That's fantastic.
I mean, Alice and I both play guitar and sing, and so she sees us. We play music for her. So we've created music, but
in all of your studies as a molecular and evolutionary biologist, do you get deep on music and the value of music?
Oh my God! First of all, I'm not a molecular biologist, though I am made of molecules, so I suppose there's an argument. But
you are molecular and a biologist.
Yeah, when somebody asks. Giant mystery where we can't admit that the answer is it's for something really frickin' important, but we don't know what it is. And I have my own hypothesis, but let's just say the fact that all human cultures have music, the fact that both males and females participate in music, that every human being until recent times has had their own individual relationship.
He's unmoved by it. He doesn't connect with it emotionally.
I'm not defending every piece of music or every genre of music.
But so what I would say is the important thing is to reduce it a little bit and say every society has some kind of
So let's just say
I feel that way about spoken word.
spoken word poetry. Yeah, I do too. I'm not a fan.
No, it's better how it's spoke. Sorry to interrupt.
I mean, it's not the occasional piece.
We have a couple more minutes. I'll get a couple of these, and we'll come back to this for the uncensored portion, though, because this is fun. Freedom Stripe says, I know Brett is not a big fan of Trump, but he must know that science is better with him in office at this point.
Well, my relationship just even the fact that you have a person who is in possession of his mental faculties, who you could haul in front of Congress and ask questions, that can make a decision if the phone call comes in the night and, Mr. President, the missiles are on the way, what do we do? Is so far and away better than having
that one
in a new war.
But didn't you know that Miriam Adelson was backing Trump for the purpose of helping Israel annex the West Bank? Donald Trump had stated numerous times he would never allow Iran to get a nuclear weapon. He killed Soleimani. He fired 59 Tomahawk missiles into Syria. So while I agree he was the better candidate on the war things, and I think it is fair to point out, we didn't want him to start a war.
On that one.
Yeah, I agree. My response is like, what was that? A president started a war in the Middle East? I'm so shocked. Evans.
I think
can't
there's
believe
a very
that.
good chance that that America's waging of foreign wars facilitates our peaceful existence here.
I think there's a couple big
or at
reasons.
least our leaders believe that.
Well, I actually think one of the reasons the war started is because the economy is
audiobooks. Heather and I read the book for the audiobook, so if you want to hear us tell you what it means, you can hear that too.
I'm Ian Crossland. Follow me on the internet, Ian Crossland. I was actually talking to Brett about graphene a little bit before we went live on the Discord show. I'm doing a documentary with Jim Tour and the folks at Rice University about graphene and all sorts of
Weichang, all about crazy things happening in China and how we should watch out for them here at home.
Brett, have you ever smoked DMT?
The mass genocide of people over the past several years, which will be available at rumble.com/TimcastIRL in about 10 seconds. We'll see you there.
Ashley, go. Implant a device.
By the time she's like, I don't understand. No shit. We know you don't understand. You're fucking dumb. Literally dumb. The dumbest of the fucking doornails. But yet you mod these rooms that have hundreds of people in it. And I don't understand. Appalled because I hear the dumbness here on Clubhouse. But I just. Because they are some of the most ignorant, dumb people. Dude, Bando has become so Islamophilic. Like, he sits there and he talks about Islam the way Tucker Carlson does now. So it's really interesting to see how everybody has shifted so much. What was his name? Goat, right? That was his name?
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. Mm-hmm. He used to be a friend, to pretend to be a friend of the Jews, but he never was, ever. Hi, guys.
That sit in that room, do you think a lot of those are real accounts?
You know, I never actually thought about that. Like, how does the bot thing work on Clubhouse?
They just come and park in the rooms, but if you look at their engagement of the chat, it's just the same people arguing with each other.
True, because every now and then I do jump in the chat.
Hey, I got a general question. BB doctor, alumni, feel free to answer it.
Oh, I'm an alumni.
Oh, my apologies. Didn't mean to mispronounce your name, ma'am.
It's
I'm a Catholic man. It don't, but I don't understand what the problem is that a lot of people have against Jewish folks.
I hate Jews, man.
They fucking control the government and they control the media and they push the homosexuality in the goddamn schools. They want all our kids to be tranny.
So you listen to when? Like, you
I listen to that Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Dave Smith. Dave Smith is a goddamn Jew. He told me, fuck the Jews.
I thought it was mainly black urban males that are spreading awareness of, the transgender movement. I mean, they're the ones fucking them the most.
No, man, no goddamn tranny boy.
They're the ones fucking them the most.
I don't like to go on the goddamn slide. I ain't no goddamn homosexual. Hey. His speech was but when you hear this shit in English and they translate it, I'm like, Hitler ain't really that bad of a guy. Hey, are we gonna be here to troll, or we gonna have a conversation, sir?
I'll be for real,
man.
I don't think he's trolling.
all of this is.
I ain't making fun of. Listen, man, Nick Fuentes told me, "Fuck y'all, motherfuckers," and he brought very good points. I'm like, you know what? Nick Fuentes is a goddamn virgin, but you know what? This virgin, he might be gay even. Fuck, who fucking knows? But he makes some fucking sense. Fuck the Jews, man.
Oh, so you.
But you sound retarded, bro. Like, honestly, like, how do you, like, I don't even know how you chew with that fucking mouth. Like, you sound like you're missing teeth, everything. Like,
and now you're gonna come
and you said
make
the
fun
same.
of the Goya. The Goya.
This guy said the exact same shit.
Man, they just think everybody's beneath them. Fuck you, baby. We're not beneath
Watch
you.
this.
We
Hold
know
on,
what the
hold
fuck you
on,
guys
hold on.
are.
That, oh shit. Yeah.
He's definitely
Thank you,
beneath us
everybody.
if he's in the audience.
Steak there, holy shit.
Oh my God! Thank God that was.
Well, okay. My thing is, baby, is I think it's quite foolish to target someone's religion and think that they're trying to take over everything. You know, I'm a Catholic man. Okay, I don't have no ill judgments towards Jewish people. I don't have no ill judgments to atheists. I do have concerning issues with. And anybody that doesn't pertain to that. I have never met a Jewish woman or man in my life that gave two fucks that I'm not Jewish. They just go, I don't swing that way.
You don't mind this.
No, God, fuck the Jews.
Greetings to everyone on the
You
panel.
guys do understand that.
I just want to correct something when it comes down to Kitty.
He stole my
I
name.
apologize if I offended you
He stole my
regarding
name.
the whole friends thing.
He's a fucking Hamas.
I don't mean that I'm not
fucking
friendly.
Hamas,
I'm just
yeah.
saying that we're
He stole my
acquaintances.
name. Do you understand the Lumi?
Not that we're enemies. So I didn't mean like that we're not friendly.
Friends. We're not going to be friends if you hate Jews. Got it?
Nothing.
Kitty,
I don't hate
with
Jews.
titties
I don't
like
know what
that,
you think
I
a
just
Jew
might
is.
become a Jew. I ain't gonna lie to you. With titties like that, you can make a nigga do anything.
But I just want to be clear: if you're being passive aggressive because of the comment,
you know, listen, man. When I see titties like titties, man, it makes me want. I don't want to be an anti-Semite no more. Fuck it.
When was the last time you saw some titties, Sam?
I'm a Semite, so I can't really be anti myself.
I kicked that dude down.
He's in the Middle East. Wait, I like Simp better than Illumi. Like, Simp he could stay.
It was another Illuminati.
You fucking stole my name, you piece of shit. You fucking Hamas lover. You get fucked in the ass by fucking Hamas. It takes your fucking piece.
Lumi cannot be
It's not
mimicked.
You. You're a fucking piece of shit. It's not you.
Well,
I think I probably have a
No, you have
pretty
a pussy.
good record with women.
Are you married? Have a pussy. You get fucked from other people. You get fucked.
What's up, BB?
Dr. Adams.
How you doing?
Be friends till you're nice to Jews.
You can't even define a Jew. What are you talking about?
In the Middle East, do you understand?
You can't define a woman.
Yeah, what is a woman?
Pussy.
Yeah, tell him, ask him.
Yeah, what he said. Look, he had a lion in his flag. He was okay. He had a lion.
America is? Do you know where England is? They're different countries.
No, he thinks you sound like Dickie.
There we go. What's her name again?
Nikki.
What's her name?
Nikki. That's what it is, bro. He's tripping me the fuck up, man.
Well, then just get off the app. You can delete it. Just hold down the Clubhouse app on your phone and go delete. And just delete it. It'll be fine.
Rafi. Yo, I just woke up. What the fuck is going on? We changed the title and Sparks started.
Talking about why we fucking hate Jews.
I don't have an ass. Salute me.
He's got. You get cracked in your ass by fucking Islamic terrorists, so shut the fuck up. Bodhi.
There's a lot of homosexual in doing this.
You are a homosexual, yes.
This person is sexually frustrated.
Homosexual? What the fuck?
Yes, this person, meaning you. But we're not talking to you. We're talking to Bodhi. Bodhi, who the fuck are you?
Greetings, Bodhi.
I'm
TikTok.
Thanks, bro. Yeah, the Jews fucking killed Jesus, by the way, just so we all know.
Goddamn Jews.
Yeah, we have a rule. We try to remove us, we kill you. That's the rule. Just like how the Muslims have. You know, you can't leave it once you join it.
No, what happened is that actually Romans was put in the Bible by Paul, who didn't fucking exist before 2022. So that we would remember that the Jews killed Jesus and it wasn't the Romans.
Why'd you guys drop Illumi?
Please show me a picture from before 2021 that shows emotional stuff, bro. Do that for me.
Wait.
I want to time stamp.
Hey, I was going to tell the guy.
Yes, it's
United States Marine Corps, sir.
Be careful, Rafi.
Can y'all control this? I don't even know who this person is.
Narrative like it's ridiculous. He was killed by Italians.
Put a block right there. Just
a account. Hey, sir. I was going to tell that alumni guy.
Hey, Rafi and BB, just take note that he just said he's blocking me. So if you're gonna have him on your stage,
who's blocking you?
Have to be modded first of all.
These guys are smoking bud. Shit, man. You need to change your plug, bro. Change that plug.
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Yes,
you asked me a question, and United States Marine Corps, sir.
United States Marine? Okay. Just the way you're talking, guy, and all that, I can tell you're military.
changes dumpster fire.
Air Force. Tactical aircraft maintenance.
Dumpster fire? Okay, I'm adding you right now.
Are you maintenance or are you combat?
Combat.
Okay.
I'm not even fully expressing myself right now.
Absolutely. Do you understand?
Hoorah, man.
Yeah.
What does the Air Force say, like the equivalent of hoorah?
Fly,
fight, win. We're kind of gay.
Air Force says will.
Yeah, we do that. Boarding the air mission.
Unless it's a military, then you tell them.
Wait, Illumi, did you fight in the United States military?
Fight? No, I didn't fight anyone.
You weren't in my military. You were in another. Yeah, you were in. I heard him say we, Kitty. I heard him say we.
He's in the U.S. Air Force.
Are you sure?
Yes. He just said it.
Okay, fine. I like you a little more. No, he's just infiltrating. Don't like that. He's trying to learn and take that information back. Oh, no.
Yeah, that's a pretty anti-Semitic comment.
Piece of shit.
It's the only kind I'm pretty sure you like.
Christians. You act like you love Jesus, but you hate Christians.
Huh? Which Christians? Who's worse? I don't. First of all, I don't hate Christians because the Orthodox Church anathematized everyone. Everyone's an anathema, so they're not going to paradise. The Western Church literally, responded with the same. The Orientals anathematized them. They're all saying they're all going to hell. Each of the churches pretty much is saying the other one's going to hell. You're really gonna come and talk to like the external?
It pretty much explains. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. Do you understand that? Do you understand that, Lumi?
Yes, we understand that. And that's the case for Moses and Muhammad. You have to believe in them because their way is the only way to eternal life.
Call him Mekael. Call him Hamas lover. Call him a fucking Islamic terrorist. Don't call him by my dumbass. And he can
Muhammad and Satan and the Jews.
I just want to say they're.
It's fine. He's a dumbass.
All right, I guess he's your bitch.
100%.
Go ahead, Robbie.
Good man. So is BB, and so is Dumpster Fire. That's something that you're not.
That's cool.
We can't behave on Lumi.
No, don't call him by my name. He is Mekayo. He's a piece of shit. He is
I was hoping to have a conversation, not get chewed out by a bunch of chihuahuas.
I just can't stand him. I just can't stand you.
Kitty, patience. Hold on, sir.
Squiggly lines OS. Welcome back.
What are you on, E7 or E6?
E7.
Okay.
Sir, what fruit to the conversation on the title, sir? What do you think of the title? What do you think people hate Jews?
Sir, if you don't mind me asking a question,
You
define a Jew, sir.
Hey, Kitty, patience, honey, patience.
Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry, sir.
Well, what everybody calls a Jewish, the culture, because there's a lot of people that have issues with the Jews, and we used it more direct. So, what do you think, sir?
Sir, if you're talking about the demographic we call Jew, you're asking me to stereotype a whole community. I can only do that based on my
Thank you for your input.
I'll answer this. Do you want me to answer?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Anyone who believes in Yahweh other than an angel is stupid, and anyone who believes Yahweh is God is a Jew, and I fucking hate Jews because they're stupid.
You're a dumb.
Do you know what a Shem angel is? How about you only experience Shem angels?
Sir, direct your frustration with me. I'm the one asking you the question.
No, bitch interrupted me and said some dumb shit about me, so I had to put her in her place.
My thanks, you asshole.
I'm sorry, you guys are speaking to us E7 NCO in the Marines, so I don't know why you guys are not talking with some respect.
Sir, here I'm civilian, my guy. And not force someone into that route.
Okay, so let me ask you a question then, Dumpster, because where you're going, you already said something wrong, so I have to clarify how your justification is going. Okay, Yahweh is a name. That's what we always grew up knowing. God does not have a name. So the fact Yahweh exists means that's a personification God took on for a short period of time that we don't associate God with because that's not who he is as a true person. That's just an angelic part of him or a piece of him that we don't need to accept that could be evil for all we know.
From as a
You're a Catholic. The Jews, Rabbinic Judaism, their religion or their institution or temple preaches Jesus Christ being the way, the truth, and the light. And that the Jews are going to be around until Christ comes back. You're Catholic, so I guess you believe. So in light of that, it makes sense that an enemy of Christ is an enemy of the truth.
no.
Of the king that makes them the enemies of all subjects of the kingdom of God.
Generalization, making stupid generalizations. See, okay, look, there.
Me on this app. That is a fact.
And then there are people
that is a no. That is a fact.
Matthew, that question was.
Well, you can say you disagree with me. It's fine. It's okay.
I understand what you're saying, and I get what the meaning is, but I'm not going to hold another group of individuals responsible.
Yeah,
I'm not. It's Catholic, sir, but I'm not going to hold a grudge against the Jewish people for what happened to Jesus. Simple as that.
Yeah, we're not holding the
Wait, wasn't it the Romans?
No.
It was the Romans.
This is not about persecuting someone over the guilt of killing Christ or crucifying Christ. This is about rejecting the anointed one, the Messiah. So you can go ask any rabbi if someone were to reject the Messiah when he
no, it's that kind of thinking that's done.
that he enticed the Jews towards the worship of foreign gods or false gods, and that would make him an idolater, and he's in eternal hellfire, damnation, suffering the worst of torment.
Yeah, but that's no different from every single religion in the world. Or
I don't believe any religion is espousing that they killed Christ and that he is condemned.
No.
And that he is in an eternal hellfire. Which religion does that?
No. I disagree with you. Look.
Believe in facts or truths.
No, I believe that what you're trying to do is simplify the world. You're trying to say all Jews think a certain way, or all Jews within a specific synagogue or a specific.
I said rabbinic Judaism. I believe
rabbinic Judaism. Hold on. A problem with Christ, just like within Christianity. There's a whole lot of Christians, a lot of Southern Baptists, who say, okay, the Jews think differently from us, but we kind of admire them in a way because they're God's chosen people. And then there's some Christians. Look, my grandfather, right? World War II, he was 15. He was a Christian, and in his religious ideals, he used those to go and try to liberate Germany and, to help try to free the Jews and the Slavs and everybody else that was getting picked on, the Germans. And there's also Christians, Germans, that can call themselves Christians, who are killing Jews in the name of Christ. So the world's just not as simple as you fucking make it.
Being said, perhaps you're not understanding the words that I'm saying. Simply of rabbinic Judaism and confesses the notion of Christ being a false Messiah. And at this point in rabbinic Judaism, if you're claiming you're awaiting a Messiah and this isn't Christ, you're practically guilty of believing that, because he is a person who has claimed say it out loud or they have the ill sentiment, they're still saying he's a liar. Now, that would be that's all I'm saying. I'm saying people who believe in that notion that Christ is a liar would be an enemy to a Christian. Now, an enemy to a Christian does not mean you need to engage in hostility or you can't have some sort of contract. But nevertheless, you need to understand that these are people who are directly in animosity to Christ.
Okay, so that's fine, but I don't think... reason for doing it wasn't wrong, because the Jews we have that rule the world today, all we Jews don't rule the world. They don't rule the world. No, listen, they're everywhere in our higher political agenda.
I actually will give it to them. We do rule the world, and I take it as a compliment that such a small population, the people from such a big population. You're stirring the pot. I love it.
So I'm going to explain what happened.
It just shows me that we're so much more smarter than you, and you guys are so dumb that we can rule the world, and I love it. Thank you.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't show you're smarter. It shows. It shows that if the Romans wanted to, they could come from the same place the Jews came from and destroy all of us. So if he doesn't know that, then I guess he doesn't know what he's talking about. Do you know that, Rafi?
I honestly wish. Thank you. I appreciate.
You know what?
I actually take it as a compliment now.
All right.
I don't take it as anti-Semitic. I take it as a compliment. Thank you, guys.
You know what all you
is that Norse pagan people came nowhere and started living on their land, attacking them. We have no idea where they came from. You can't say they came from Greenland. That place doesn't fucking have that many people.
I have a question.
It has its own.
What are you even talking about? Bodie, where are you? Tell me how much rent do we owe you?
How much rent do you owe me?
Yeah.
Bro,
we're obviously taking.
They're seeing Jesus and his real earth.
We're taking up a lot of space in your head. We're taking up a lot of real estate in your head, so we must owe you something.
No, that space is small, so it's fine. It's complimentary.
I just told you what you owe me for rent. I just told you what you owe me.
What do we owe you? Tell me what we owe you.
It's something to do with.
I get to see your reaction when you see Jesus on his earth. That's what you owe me.
So what do we owe you?
Your reaction when you see Jesus. That's what you fucking owe me.
You got it, pal. You got it. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry you were hurt. Origin story. Hitler's origin story was he didn't get into an academy, art academy, blamed it on Jews. So what's your origin story? How did the Jews fuck you over?
Well, I first want to give him a doll so he can show me where a Jew touched him. That's my main thing.
Well, the first time the Jews fucked me over, it wasn't even the Jews, it was their damn God. And he was like, fuck you, Ra. I'm going to go be a God. That's what happened. That's when it fucked up.
Who was that? Jesus? Because Jesus was Jewish.
That was Yahweh who did that shit.
What made Jesus Jewish?
Predestination of Jesus. Ra brought the soul for all the animals. Jesus brought the soul for man. And Yahweh came in and fucked us all over.
Are you trolling or are you being sincere?
And
I'm being sincere. Jesus brought your soul, bro.
Body. And you know what's the best part of it, too? Not only we live rent-free in your head.
Dude, this guy's a very respect to other
You worship a Jew.
He needs to acknowledge that, the whole message is that they find him. And like you said to Randy, the funny part is when you see Jesus, dude, that's disrespectful. That's very disrespectful. Have a little bit of composure. You might not agree with someone's religion, how they practice it, how they're at, why they operate they do, but to come on and target them because they're not the same boat you, sir. Yeah, and then have the audacity to fucking project Jesus Christ. Dude, I hope when you pass away, you go to those gates, and when Jesus
worship a Jew.
Anybody who circumcise yourself, you prove no point.
How do you feel worshiping a Jew? But seriously, how do you feel worshiping a Jew? Even though, you believe in Jesus, right? You know he was Jewish, so you're worshiping a Jew.
Yeah, he hasn't really fully thought it through. Okay? He hasn't really thought it through.
The entire situation is just such a fucking tragedy, Rafi. If you really are objectively scholarly about this, you had a god down on the southeastern part of the Mediterranean, small group of people wandering around, mostly a bunch of sheep farmers, and they had Yahweh, and then you had one small group of these guys, Jews, right? And the fucking Roman fucking
religion, and they said, hey, you're not believing our newer version of the one that we stole from you, and we're going to kill millions of you. It's a tragedy, and this is what humans do to each other. We tell ourselves stories. We tell ourselves that my opinion is the right opinion. Anybody who thinks differently from me is evil. We're all narrow-minded, and then we group people up and we kill one another. And the whole fucking human situation is a goddamn fucking horrific story.
Matthew, I'm worried.
Jews, he's got the moderator badge. That's how it works. How easy is that?
You know, so, you know, you guys might not agree with him, but I respect you. You might not have love for the guy, but that's fine, because I still respect you. Because to me, he's everything. Yeah. But that does not mean I have the right to bring them back up.
Well, there you go. And then I think this is a good illustration of, like, you go into any group of people, I don't care who it is, you're going to find good people and bad people in every single group of people in the entire world. Muslims, Jews, Christians, black, white, Asian, China. Go travel. It's you're going to find that. And I'll just land there, and I'm fucking.
He always says something and then he runs.
It just frustrates me, you know. Other Christians have come up here, you know, hell, they might be more swaggering the scripture than I am. Hell, they could decipher paragraph to paragraph, all the way down to the literature. But the thing is, the reality is, I'm not going to seek it.
He can only believe in communism.
That is true. He got you there, Tiger. He got you there.
He's got a king.
I don't understand this Rafi guy. He's talking so big about, you know, himself, and it's dumb. It's really dumb.
What? Sorry, I missed that.
I have no idea. He's speaking.
Yeah, all I know is, you know, I grew up in Los Angeles, California, as well as other places, and one time in my life. To Israeli
students that came. I started to go to college with. It happened twice in my life. When I was like 18 and like 23. I just came on hard times, and for all the national. They're friends, man. And I don't know if you ever had an Israeli friend. Hey, man, some of the most ride or die, not afraid of they're not afraid of shit. Like if it's a bar fight, they.
For that, I really do appreciate that. And thanks for opening it up for us. You know, that's a heartstring story right there. Oh, Rafi. So, I did a little bit of that chat GBT, you know, and I pulled a textbook key. To hate on Jews, they are fundamentally rejecting the earlier identity and the family of Jesus, which goes against Jewish culture and the religion itself. I tell you what, it can make a guy grab a lot of blood pressure.
It's what's cool now. You know that Qatar engine of funding these podcasts and these news networks, like they created an anti-Jew algorithm. Like
they created a trend.
They created a very sick trend. Like they did it to an extent of. And you know that shit. You know that shit really had a big difference. I mean, you know, like it was just the minute October 7th happened, like it was already like it was ready. It was like. Afraid to, because too much of the general public didn't recognize what they're called.
I mean, Rabbi, technically, the way I sound, I could be one of those white trash boys.
Rabba, you have to understand.
Well, I mean, white trash is like a, you know what I'm saying, like a Nazi, like, you know what I mean?
I'm messing with you, my guy. I'm messing with you, my guy.
You know, that's how I mean. You know, I don't like Nazis because of me just growing up in the jail system and shit, like out here. Like I got a lot of, like I always have. Smile and do little bitch shit because I was with the blacks. So
did you make them your gum? Did you make them your gum?
I'll just say that, you know, I got active, man, and I got off on it. You know what I mean? So
yes, sir.
Yeah, I shut the yard down a few times behind that. So, you know, that's why I don't like them. You know what I mean? But that's just.
And see, Rabbi, I want to tell you my opinion real quick. is when something happens, society wants to find a reason to blame. Yeah. When something like the situation in Iran that needed to basically happen, it did. I mean, we've been on for months talking about, and we know the literature, the history, the culture, the chaos, and everything that's happening. Where this is what happened, and now we're chugging through the action, trying to get to the climax. And what's now everybody that is scared, I call it scared because, you know, now they're seeing what's happening. Now they can see the change to finding a blame. You know, obviously now they're blaming Israel. And now because they, you know, their statements of claims are getting debunked. Now they're blaming that it's the Jews. And, you know, what's next? You know, someone has to have a blame. And I right now I'm calling the Jewish people the flavor of the day.
It's not that. First of all, the first. During the correspondence dinner.
They put a hit on his head.
Correct, but do you want to hear like the first thing that the Arabs, the Muslims came in, like the Jew haters, everybody, they're running rooms? It was the Jews, because Trump was about to sign a deal with Iran. The Jews are trying to stop him, so they blame that. But this is how quick they were to respond to that. That's how fucked up it is.
Iran is a terrorist. Iran is just a simple terrorist proxy that has fucked up the Middle East, and it goes against the asset and power of the United States. Military force, political engine, and petrodollar. And they are a mechanism for China to play their little war games to destabilize everything that the U.S. has in the Middle East. That's what that is. So is what Trump is trying to beat out of trade and power. And that's why he took Venezuela. That's why everything's going to be better. And, you know, once we start revitalizing the infrastructure there, all that oil is going to go together. It's going to boom the economy. There's a lot of great things that are happening, but these pieces of shit. You know what? You want to know what's crazy too, Rafi? What's really nuts? And it shows how you can't just do business with China and think you're safe. So Kuwait in the last 3 years, Rafi, they paid the Chinese to come and redo infrastructure, digital infrastructure in the country. They put up AI cameras. They put security surveillance of commercial properties like hotels. They had all the security in the ports monitored by Chinese software. That they have as far as government-wise to help their technology, build in Kuwait. The minute the war started between Iran, all of those security cameras, the speed cameras, private apartments away from the base to kind of blend in. They were using all these traffic cameras and everything to follow them. And then they were sending drones to the apartment complexes they were staying in, or the Airbnbs and hotels. So they spent all this money to try to, we're going to have better technological infrastructure. And now you just gave them full transparency of your nation to your enemy within a day.
Drone's going nuts with the gifts over there, dude. Freaking. Like, I don't know if you're blowing, like, kisses to Rabbi, you know, like, dude.
What?
Rabbi, you got.
I want to see. I just want to see a good economy come back to the Middle East, man. And I don't want these assholes to have any leverage over anything anymore. Enough is enough. Like,
I think it will happen. Rabbi, think about this. So before, before Khomeini, friggin', look at the GDP for Iran. It was. And if once the IRGC gets out, well, I to say fully out of Iran, I would say you have a better chance of winning that Powerball than that actually happening. But I think contained. It would be there but contained, and that's just me personally feeling.
You know what the IRGC is going to be there like the KKK in America. It's going to exist, but they're going to do it quietly with communities. They're going to go to rural areas. They're not going to be in those metropolitan areas running shit anymore. They're going to become all like poor and second-class citizens. But they're going to have their ideology.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. They're going to be like you said, the KKK of America.
Or a new coup, or if we're lucky, like just a part of the army just pokes their head up to say they're taking over the country, and they call it.
Of the economy of Iran, the people will benefit so much more. Its economics and GDP very rapidly, and that's just my personal opinion. But what's happened? But the IRGC, Rafi, you gotta help Mike there. The IRGC has been starving its own people, for 47 years. And I think what it is they when you take away control from someone, they just, you see this a lot in fighting. When someone can run his mouth and look tough until you actually get up there and fight. The guy on the block, you're over here fucking windmilling and can't do shit. That's what we're seeing right now with the IRGC is, fucking Israel and America hitting whatever they can fucking land on. And so that's how we can tell they're weak as fuck.
No, I just kind of want Trump to do one more good round and just bomb the shit out of him one last good time, though. I mean, I would have done it by now, but, I want him to bomb him one last good time, bomb him fucking really, really hit him hard. And then you watch how things change. They only understand one thing, I mean, the economical crunch that we're doing to them, it's big, but the only way that works is if China comes in and says, look, we've lost enough money in this situation, shut the fuck up and go meet with Trump, and it is what it is right now. We could always re-strategize under give them your nuclear waste, and it is what it is. So, China will come in because China is their. That's the way the blockade can work, but I think he needs to bomb the shit out of them a little bit more, honestly.
I say China tomorrow, Trump.
Yeah, I thought he was supposed to go to China. He was.
Yeah. Go meet with Xi Jinping. I say that if Mr. Pallavi doesn't show up, I will gladly give my vote to Glo. G-Lo, I nominate you for the president of Iran.
Thank you so much. I'll just pass it to Pahlavi, though.
Okay. Western influence.
Yeah. I'd rather be.
For there to be complete change in Iran, especially after having the Islamic State, if a woman comes to rule, that just shows that there's already a 180-degree flip. Just for a woman to be a president or somebody to rule. Because to them, that's going to be a shocker for all the men that were Islamic.
Oh, that's going to be so fun to see.
Just like, that's 100% flip.
Oh my
there
God.
Wasn't a woman president yet in America. Imagine a person right away in Iran on that flip.
Yeah, and imagine that Pahlavi's daughter, it would be a queen.
Well, if they went to the length of reestablishing.
If people, get the majority votes for constitutional monarchy, we don't know. We don't know,
Yeah, constitutional monarchy, exactly. Have like a parliament system too and everything and all that. So
exactly.
Yeah. No, I mean, they have rights. I mean, it's not like Iran doesn't have a royal family. They do, but it all depends on who you talk to about it, I guess.
Yeah. Everyone has his own opinions.
But I mean, I know there's Shia here that are sick and tired of the IRGC. They don't like them, and both Persian Jews here in LA. Like we have a supermarket called Sabzi here, and there's always both. There's the Jews there and the Muslims. And I swear to God, I left my. Two older women saw the wallet and grabbed it at the same time and gave it to the cash register. So they're a really good population out here, man. So I want to see that their country get improved. But man, these people who are in power over there, man, they're death cult worshipers. They're.
Thank you, Rabbi.
No, I mean, I always have. My lawyer's Persian, man. What the fuck? Shit.
Aren't we all either paralegals, lawyers, dentists, or something?
I kid you not. And he came from he himself is not religious, but his background was Shia parents, and I asked him, "Oh, Shia, yeah, how do you know?" And I'm just like, "I know Armand, I know." I spent to get out of trouble, man. DA liked him, like, because my DA was a woman, one going against me. So when she saw him, she was like, "Oh, you got him now? Yeah, bitch. Shut up. You don't want to go to trial, bitch. Figure it out. And that guy was the best lawyer, man. Arvon Aderi, man. You ever get in trouble in L.A., holler at Arvon, man. Best lawyer in the city.
Yeah.
And the food, too. I mean, fuck, man. Iranian food's very good.
It is. I mean, if I say
Are you guys talking about the Kubi Day?
Cool day, all that stuff. The way
Or
the stews
masabzi.
that they bake, the fucking bread, all the bread they bake. It for days, like war rations. I can just eat it.
Me too.
I remember in London, it was a little restaurant back in the day, man, good Iranian restaurant. I used to go there, like I literally I get a whole bucket of that rice, man. It was no joke. It was a very serious addiction. And then the raisin cookies too. Oh my god.
The raisin cookies, right?
Yeah, the little circular, smaller ones. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know how to say it. Yeah. Very nice. Oh my gosh.
Green plums with a little bit of salt.
Yes.
God.
Years ago. It's funny you say that.
They're so
Years
good.
ago, man. Yeah, they are.
Very good for the belly.
There's like a dish with like lamb that you guys make with eggplant, but I forget the name of it. And I used to have like a little spoiled ass Saudi friend from a very, very predominant family called Alo Layan. And then, whenever he'd come, he's just like, Eric, go to the Iranian. Just go. Just take the card and go. Take the car in the card. Go. Every day. Every fucking day. Like, because I was the only one he'd trust with his cars because I don't drink. He's like, go. I'm like, oh, I'm going. Go right down to fucking La Cienega, go to this Iranian restaurant.
Darbans. Yeah, you know what it's named after? Darban is a place in Tehran, in the north upper side of Tehran, where it's like a park with a bunch of food and shisha and drinks and beer. Yeah, and the water is just flowing underneath your feet, and you see the waterfall, and it's amazing. That place is called Darbat.
Okay, so that's okay. Now you're teaching me something that I don't know. Thank you.
Derbent. I know Derbent very well.
Yeah, Darbat.
Yeah. One of my partners from Derbent. He speaks Farsi, Hebrew, Russian, English.
Wow.
Yeah, and he speaks Kafkazi too.
Have you ever seen
Kafkaz region? So yeah,
Kafkaz. I know that region.
He speaks like 5. But he doesn't say that he speaks Persian. And then he goes to me, he's like, okay, they want this, they want that, so be prepared, they're going to be asking for this. You right away tells him. But he translates it in Russian. Oh, he did. Kafkaz, well, even like their language, like the Tibetan language, is very close to Persian. Very close. So we gotta be sneaky.
Yeah, we actually have Iranian Afghazis, and they're usually more white skinned, maybe even blue eyed, maybe even blonde.
You also have from a region called Kuba, close there.
I bet what in Kuwait.
Well, yeah, I don't know.
State of the Union. However, all he says is the same thing. He is repeated over and over and over. Iran cannot get a nuclear weapon. Well, it doesn't appear that was enough to win confidence of a majority of Americans in the war, at least of the younger generation. Now, it polls very well for the boomer generation, but when you get down to the millennials and Zoomers, it is not. It's not polling well at all. Well, it's awful.
And Joe, sorry to interrupt you, but I think 10, 15 years could be an issue. It's called hedging, right? He's saying, hey, in 5, 10 years from now, this could happen, right? And but it's not something that we're seeing at the moment, right? So if people knew, for example, if Iran had issued, some kind of attack, or there was some proof that they had done something, related to American, now it's worse. We got to stop them now, right? But people aren't seeing the problem here because it's not being reported and what's happening, and so they're like, hey, you're assuming they're going to do something. What if they don't do anything and they want to be like, are you going to do the same thing in North Korea? Hey, they have a nuclear weapon, let's take them down, let's make sure they can't do it. Like, where does it lie? And so I think his lack of communication, that the other thing is the fact that he went all in with Israel on it, but then, okay, well, why not let Israel lead the show, and we kind of say, okay, hey, you bang up Israel, we'll but you lead the show, is also something that bothers people on it, and that's amazing.
Real quick, I was under the impression early on it made it sound like Israel was going to lead a lot of this. Am I just
no, that was the plan, but then I think Trump. Here's what I think, and again, you guys know my point of view on this, but. And the New York Times reporting, love it or hate it, someone leaked what happened in the Situation Room. And if it's true or not, we don't know, but nobody's directly answered in the administration whether it's true or not. It sounds like, basically Netanyahu presented the information, and Rubio and others said it's the same, to Trump said it's the same old bullshit. The Israelis kind of give you some intel about severity that may be true, may not be true. At the same time, Trump has been talking about since 2001, or even before that, in the 90s and 80s, about forever. So, for people to say like, oh, he never talked about this, he has consistently talked about that, even in his first term when he assassinated Soleimani and things like that. So, I mean, it's important to understand that, I think when Trump saw that and Israel's going in, and he thought after what happened in Venezuela, we can go for doing it. He probably told Bibi, hey, step aside, let us run the show here and do it. And then when it didn't give the results that he wanted, now he's like, oh shit, well, okay, let's do it. Because I really do think if it was thought out, the first thing you should have done was close the Strait of Hormuz and then go in there and be like, oh yeah, now you want to get oil out? Fuck you. And, and do it. So it really doesn't make sense. I will say this though, if you read the New York Times thing, Raising Cane talks about, hey, this same plan was presented to will the American people be able, every president wanted to do it, but it was, can we get the American people on board with it? And Trump just said, you know what, I'll do it. I'm probably going to be the only one who can, so let's go ahead and do it. If you read the New York Times article.
So I know there's a lot of, discussion about how Trump is whipped by Benjamin Netanyahu. Last year. And now that you see the Sunni countries and Israel and the United States of America appear to have all allied in this war on Iran. That Iran has been this thorn in the side of the Middle East there for many years. How come we don't, have the same animosity towards Saudi Arabia or the UAE or any of these other countries that are participating of the attacks from? How come we don't hold them with the same animosity that people hold Israel? Maybe I'm just saying things people haven't thought about yet. It's just what I've observed.
But Joe, one thing to realize is before how, when Biden was president, Saudi Arabia wouldn't even call or talk to him. And that's the reason why somebody earlier was saying, oh, look at the gas prices and all that. And it was like, well, okay, but Saudi Arabia wouldn't even talk to him to help lower, to increase production or do whatever, right? So you actually have, right now, I'm hoping Trump tells the Arab nations, because everyone's telling the U.S., oh, do this, we got your back. Instead, he should just say, hey, Saudi Arabia, you just take him out now. We'll close the Strait of Hormuz, we'll do that stuff, you take him out now. We did our part, you take him out. Because Saudi Arabia, it sounds like, wants Iran gone. And you get rid of Iran, because Iran is hurting these nations just as much, and it'll be interesting to see how this all folds out.
Clearly,
Israel as being the lead other nations because they know that they're actually in the Middle East. The House of Commons put out an article recently talking about the fact that they look at the United States as backing Israel, because Israel, their military, their everything, is really the lead of this particular war, even though some people think that is proactive. But I look at it completely different, because most people today, even Americans, think that, Israel's wagging the tail of the United States, and that's the furthest from the truth. I've been to Israel 3 times. That whole region is surrounded. Some people that's actually in Israeli government, where you don't see any Israelis in any of the Muslim countries' government. So I think it's just me from that's been thrown at Israel the whole time. They're just trying to get a handle on the region, and I think the UAE, Jordan, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, I think they want Israel to be in the position. That's why they partner with them. That's just my observation. And when you read the House of Commons, it just gives a completely different perspective from America. What I call mainstream media is not any news at all. It's just it's the tell of the Democratic Party. That's all I say. I live.
I've also heard, Matt, about presidents. I think Trump mentioned this, that, after they would leave office, they're like, man, I wish I did something about Iran. In Iraq, that was only staging for the inevitable taking on Iran. So it's unfortunate, though, because it's not popular. Gas prices going up. People, elections will always come back to the same issues. What have you done for me lately? What are you doing for me now? Trump and the Republicans made a big deal about the gas prices, and the gas prices are through the roof right now, paying the highest I've ever paid in at least probably 25 years. So I don't know. I think the polling's really bad. Generation is many younger Americans saw this as their opportunity for prosperity, to have their moment when we would have a large. Many Americans felt like re-electing Donald Trump would bring back that type of economy. Now, he's done a lot of long-term stuff, $21 trillion in investments. However, I think it's not resonating quick enough. And if we don't do something about the gas prices first, it's going to be a tough midterm. I'm letting people know.
he's in some ways you could call a genius doing is he's did you hear this thing where he's saying he's going to reduce he's going to eliminate the federal tax? And then you're going to go and say, well, okay, 30 cents reduction, but look at the gas price, it's still high. And then the question, okay, Governor, I'm asking states to do the same thing. Reduce the tax you're creating on it. And now it's like, when the states say they won't do it, it's like, why won't the Democrats reduce the Democrat governors of the largest states in our nation? Why won't they reduce the costs? Why won't they do that to help the cost of living? It's, in some ways, Joe, it's a genius move. It's a checkmate move if that's what he does, because it's like, okay, well, if you want to reduce the cost, are you saying all this time, California could have charged only 20 cents when federal was charging 30, but instead you guys chose to charge more and then try to blame just being out.
I don't know if it's enough. I think we need to see significant change in the direction of the economy.
Couple of months you're going to see economically from the job market and things like that. I mean, actually, jobs are picking up in certain areas. I don't know if you read that last jobs report based on what was expected and what actually happened.
So do you think the war will be concluded by the midterms?
I think the war will be concluded by early June. And the reason I think that is, I think the war will be concluded in terms of the way we're doing it. I mean, technically the war's over, but we're dealing with this conflict and this continued, kind of blockage and all that stuff right now. Because I think this whole conflict should be closed up by early June. I think
days, weeks, months, and years. And it's until someone's willing to actually stop. I think Trump had the idea that they would cry uncle right away. And it appears like they have no interest in actually ending this because they know they can wait it out. And I'll end right here. I think one of the flaws that our country has in threats from our opposition and our enemies is that they know they can wait it out for the next president.
Yeah, but can they wait it out? I mean, here's the thing, right? If you're blocking them and you're controlling what's coming in and what's coming out in terms of food and all that stuff, how much can they really block off, Joe? I mean, how long can they survive? And that's the question.
I don't think they can, Joe. I think that I was saying this earlier, and I don't know if you were in the room.
Is America's only chances really is an uprising from the people of Iran? Because I remember when Trump was calling for it, said, now's the time to rise up against your government. Well, who's the leader now of Iran right now? I think that's kind of the part that is misunderstood. The people even rise up against.
Some like cardboard cutout. That's not
well, Joe. I mean, I think we made a mistake because we Lindsey Graham and others, but just Trump didn't want to part with it.
the economic war that we're going to have to do now. Did you hear me in the room earlier? I was talking about
You can ask it for me. I'd love to.
So he's kind of shackled, with 80 years ago, our country kind of determining really shut them down so that they hit rock bottom and the people erupt enough to change that regime. We can't take out those kinds of facilities within that nation that we would have done and have done before in warfare. And he inherited this new way that we approach warfare that's allegedly it's more civilized. So we don't take out their train depots and their or not. I don't think that's the issue. I just think he's shackled that way. On their neighbors, as they were saying, were happening because there's American bases. And I believe it's not about that. They were going after their competitors to stop the oil production coming out of these other nations. And, it's just interesting geopolitics also, because I also think that whole region is looking not just at them, but where their weaponry came from, who's this is not Imperial Japan. They're not surrendering. I mean, that's not the jihadi way.
What does victory look like? Yeah, well, I was just back to but Abby, you just hit on something in that last sentence that I was wondering: are they willing to just do the jihadi thing and go out as quote unquote martyrs?
win is by, by the only way you end this is by winning. An agreement's not going to end it, and you're never going to get an agreement with them.
Yeah, it's starting to sound like. It's starting to really sound like military force is the only way this ends. And unfortunately, that might be ground troops. I don't know. It's starting to really look like it's leading towards something like that. It seems like, I don't even know how many times have we been to the negotiation table with these guys. I mean, what are we on? 15, 20, 30? I mean, what's the number you go, or what's the number you stop at? You go, okay, well, clearly this is not working. We're just going to have to, take care of it if you don't.
Can you seize their oil? I mean, if you force them to cap it, can we seize it? Because that's the lifeblood.
But even then,
It's 47 years. I mean, we've been at war with them in a different fashion, but this may continue on. We're on.
So, if it does, and it looks like it probably will, my fear is, though, this is such an easy election talking point. Say, look, elect me. I will end the war. Well, we saw Obama do that, and he didn't end the wars. So we know very easy win to bring over all the Dove voters that don't want war.
Right. And by the way, it's a good point. How does Marco Rubio and Vance juggle this if it's still going, Joe? I mean, there's no way that this can still be going as we approach 2028. There's no way the Republicans will win if we're still in this mess. I mean, in the mess. When I say mess, I meant mess at that point.
And this has been the thorn in the Republican Party's side for a year.
But Joe, that voter, that independent voter or that moderate R that is turned off, the problem is that their alternative is the socialist Dem. It's not the moderate Dem anymore. I mean, that's the problem. And the Dems are being dumb because maybe they could scoop this up if they presented themselves you know, in the middle or something with the independents, but they're being taken over. Look.
His head or something. That's that guy.
He's a doctor. Does he see the one with the red? He's extreme. No, I think he's a doctor. Wait, but there is a reverend somewhere.
Yeah, that one.
For a brother or something, it's a reverend or a brother. One of the two.
I don't know who it is, but I want to respond to you, Abby. Look, I definitely agree with you that the alternative vote, and that's the only thing the Republicans got going for them, is that the Democrats are absolutely limited. But there's a third option, and it's they don't go and vote. Fumbled the communication side of it. The Epstein law, the most popular law to pass in the last 10 or 15 years. You had all these legislators sign on it, and Trump's White House completely fumbled the rollout of the communication side of the Epstein files. So, man, it's been a rocky, optics-wise, it's been rocky for the low information voter. Do you get where I'm coming from? Republican Party that is intended to try and talk to the youth. They have the opportunity. And I think that's what one of the big gripes are, is more millennials and Gen Z have voted Republican than in decades of that voting bloc. And you had more crossover voters from the black and Hispanic voters than the Republicans ever had in my lifetime, right? We all know this was true.
We keep cutting to Charlie for that younger generation.
Yeah, clearly it's not the Republican Party, and that's the problem. It's the Republican Party itself.
I really like Mike Johnson, and Thune I'm not overwhelmed with, in terms of like a dynamic leader, but Johnson I think is dynamic.
Yeah, well, I mean
he's from your world. I mean, you can disagree with me. I've always got a good vibe from.
Yeah, no, he's good as a neutral. He's not a firebrand, clearly.
No.
But this reminds me of the John Boehner house. No different. John Boehner's house would deliver votes and deliver wins and send them over to the Senate. Clearly, right?
I mean, it's interesting. I guess you could go state by state and see whether we can knock a few of them out. I mean, I think what's going to be interesting is what happens in Maine and whether Susan Collins can hold on. I was saying this in a room. We were in the room yesterday that all of New England, there's one Republican in the states in New England, and that's Susan Collins. Everyone else is a Democrat. Every House member, every senator.
Arguable if she's a Republican.
I mean, but that's all you got in all of New England, from every one of those states.
Yeah. And a lot of this has to do with the Republican Party.
I mean, I think, who's the one guy that was sort of an enigma? Sununu.
the grand old party in the Senate, and nothing changes. And I don't know how we ever get over that hump.
I think it depends on. So, if I had to speak about what's going on in my community, I would say that for all of the people who left or don't really believe in the Republican Party anymore, there's a lot of black people that's coming to the Republican Party, and they're coming for different reasons. Optically, what Trump has done already, he's done enough. Even regardless of the war, going on in our community. And when it comes to the whole Iran thing, we get it, but that's not really something we really pay attention to, you know? So the loyalty, especially the ones who have been so loyal to the Democratic Party because of the whole black power, you know, black people are going to treat us right. You know, when you get over to that side of social media, and for let me try out Republicans. And then when you actually get somebody who does what they say they're going to do, even if he got into a war, even if he says something, you know, or he may misquote something every now and then, he's done enough so far where we can say, okay, well, he said
like every time, and I have such pushback with this. Every time a Jewish person supports a candidate,
But he's been somewhat of a meme online. He's had a lot of support online with a lot of very vocal people, and a lot of the, I feel like it's a phenomenon that you'll see online. This guy in real life has no chance of winning. But this is only why I literally know nothing about the guy. I don't know how good or bad he is. So I won't comment there.
Byron Donalds coming from Southwest Florida. Lee County's demographics is 62% white, 24.5% Hispanic, 7.5% black. That was Byron Donalds' region where he was elected. I don't know if he even relies on having to have the black voter for support when he already hails from a predominantly white district.
God also, I happen to pick Byron Donalds and ask the question of Sword, but who's not on here.
I think that this troll that this he's very anti-Israel. They're just basically it's we know how going against and they're paying for a lot of our social media influencers. A lot of these guys are paid whores. They're going to slander him. If somebody, and I don't know that he could be, somebody who's pro-Israel. Doesn't matter, but he's going to get slandered no matter what because people like him are running against him, and that's just a sad reality.
Yeah. So Jay Collins, Paul Renner, and then the Jim Fishback guy.
With DeSantis afterwards.
I like with him. I don't know. He's I mean, the fact that he went against Trump kind of, I feel like, hurts him. I don't know. I don't. He's not my governor, so I don't really pay attention to him. But I don't know with him. I'm just going to be fair and say, like, I would have to. Why are Floridians voting for him? I don't know. They obviously like him. I don't see what it is that they like.
I like DeSantis. I think he's done well. I mean,
Pepe, I wanted to comment on what you said. My phone had died. For the people that said that he seems like an Uncle Tom or whatever the case may be, did they say why, or did y'all ever get a chance to go deeper into?
Well, it's highly dependent on. It's not the traditional American Uncle Tom stuff. It has more to do. When you have this guy who's like a conspiracy theorist, he's just like hates Jews and Israel, and he ended up coming up with a lot of these nicknames. And I do think it's unfair. You have this grifting piece of shit, Fishburne, who I really, he says that he's America first, and he's only we got rid of Israel, America would be perfect. Like he's just fucking retarded. It's just a total fucking grifter. But I think
Pepe, one more thing, just again to clarify, so it's very clear. AIPAC bundler, a bundler. They do not write checks. Checks are written by American Jewish and Christian citizens that support a particular policy. However, in someone like Byron Donalds, he's running for a state office that has governor being against crime in my state.
I know. This is why I'm saying it's super disingenuous. And
like, it makes no sense. It makes no fucking sense.
Yeah, no, it
only
makes no
stupid
sense.
people would follow that. But even if you want to make the argument that someone's running for Congress, that it is a bundler. It doesn't write checks. It's people that are interested in a particular issue. Each person writes your own check, and only up to $5,700, because that's all you're allowed legally to write.
Yeah, but this is the reality, though, is that this is okay. Hating Jews has become like a cool. It's what the cool kids have been doing for the last couple of years. I think it's dying out. Honestly, everybody's sick of it. It's boring to listen to. But if okay, you have a grifter. They're going to. I mean, in a way, it does have real world consequences when they do these attacks. But if we look at the Florida, who's voting in Florida? It's going to be a lot of fucking old people, depending on which part of Florida. But of course, older people have a much higher turnout. And this Fish guy, he's not gonna win. But it was bullshit. He had to deal with this. It was a slanderous attack. Every politicians take money from every group of fucking people, and this is where I find it really disingenuous. So you can be like, I'm somebody who thinks like Israel should be able to do this.
Okay, but let me give you an example of something. So take Israel out of the equation completely. I have a governor that's running for re-election. This does not happen in my state, okay?
Yeah,
this has nothing to do with a foreign nation. This has to do with citizens in a state that he wants to protect.
Ethnic religious
An ethnic group that he asked to have an advisory council to make sure that they are protected and that shit doesn't happen in his state. Okay, so just stay with me. So people from that community that wants to be protected are writing checks to his campaign to keep him in office because he did something to help their community. It is not different than 10% of our population are Asian, Pacific, what is it? I forget what the protect that community, to stop Asian hate, to make sure that community has I would think Byron Donald, I'm going to guess, is reaching out to the Jewish community there, saying, hey, you guys are under attack. I'm not Mandani. I'm going to make sure there's a buffer around your places of worship. I'm going to make sure you're safe. So if the community is going to support him, they're supporting him because they live in his state and they want to feel safe in his state. You following me?
No, absolutely. And so I do think that, like, for example, there is no reason, in my personal opinion, Jews should be, if they're wearing a kippah, Orthodox, whatever, it doesn't matter, even if they're of a different religion, they should be able to go where they want to go, not be harassed, and I do think that, like, hey, he wants to keep these people safe. I'm 100% on board with that, and I do think I would say like 90% of the people that are quote unquote on the far right are just grifters. They're pieces of shit. Like, you really they never get along with other people on the far right. They're like, one of the things that made me not be on the far right was being around the far right. Like, I just thought they were just like such despicable pieces of shit. Like, some of the worst people I've ever fucking met, really. Like,
So what do you consider yourself now?
I mean, I would consider myself, like, I'm actually, I would say, rather moderate. You know, I'm somebody who's not very conformist. So, like, I'll hear a narrative where we're told we
I mean, like, what do you care about?
I look well past that, and like, my brain has been stuck on the whole thing about the inequity equals inequality. And there was a study that came out the other day, for example, that showed that African Americans, for example, fare a lot worse on average than white Americans. But if you control for IQ, they do as well as us. What a fucking shocker. the British, you know, you had a bunch of fucking Normans that came in and conquered them and dominated them and treated the English as second-class citizens. There's never been this fucking Aryan unity or groups of people that were ever fucking
Black people have kids with attention deficit disorder, attention deficit hyper disorder, and all of them goddamn disorders. And these are the things that are being uncovered that Black people didn't even know they cared about because they didn't know. It kind of became so much a part of their life that they didn't even realize it was a problem. And now that these things are getting questioned, other than what Democrats usually say, racism is the answer for everything. And it's like, it can't be the answer for every single thing because now it puts me in a position where I'm defeated and I can't do nothing to change my own situation. So there's a major shift where people who Trump, he's attached to the he's attached to the Republican Party. From the optics perspective, this is what it looks like how Republicans behave. Okay, I can agree with that. Let's look at their values. Okay, they believe that something as simple as you're either born a man or a woman. Okay, I agree with that. And it starts to build up a mental momentum. Virginia just got all these damn tax laws. You see how Minnesota looks. And this is what the more educated so it becomes more of like a disgust type of thing. Like, how the fuck could I be so blind and not view these people just because they were Republican? Okay, well, let's start at the top. Trump is the head Republican. Shit, he laid the tariffs out. Yeah, he might have lost the court case. I may not even understand it. downplay, oh, Kennedy is over here finding out vaccines are hurting people. The reason, like, it's coming home into Black people's living rooms as to one possible reason why they might be in a situation that there's a huge shift in the Black community where thousands of people are now becoming farmers. So now Jasmine Crockett is literally offending her own base. It's just some of the most idiotic ways of communicating that they're pushing Black people away. And the Republicans are like, well, this is what we believe in, you know. From the Democratic Party, and they're taking not only just their vote, but they're taking their loyalty to Republicans. And 9 times out of 10, they're not going to get it back for at least another 5, 6, or 7 generations, because the same approach that our parents took with us, we're going to take the same approach with our kids. We're going to say, don't vote for them. You see how crazy they is? Look at how they kids. That you can be born as a him, her, z, zer, they could be cats, they could be like all of that shit is going to be associated with being a Democrat, and it's just never going to work out. So I don't see them bouncing back for a long time. But you know, the story's.
And I will agree with you. We're kind of like the hard part. We do scapegoat an enemy, and we are going to get this parasitic group of people, these horrible people, and we can look at like white people, and they'll use a lot of euphemisms like the colonizers, whatever they use, and they basically, it's just like, oh, you know, once we get into power, it'll be amazing, and we know where the trying to solve a problem. It's just you're literally doing the easiest thing. You're just like blaming somebody else for the problem, and you're just going to trash them. And that is one of the things where I do think that you get Black conservatives, which I disagree with a lot. But Edward on this app, I think he's a very decent for like how you're going to run your own life. I think you would want to individual to listen to, but yeah, I don't know. I have lost a lot of hope for America. I'm just going to be honest. Like, I'm a rather nihilistic person. I don't. Black people, for example, I was known as like this huge mega racist. It's just like, oh, okay, these people are going to call me names. I'm just going to go ahead and throw insults back at them, and be very disrespectful, and just kind of like how I get treated. But at the end of the day, I realized this is just like it's petty bullshit. But I found comedic value in doing it. But I don't know that how, like, some of the biggest problems I see in the United States is that, like, we can look at a lot of the division we see in this country. It's going to come from people, large donors in countries that do not have our best interests in mind. it could be because they just have their best interest in mind, whether it's Israel, but countries that want to fucking take us over with their I don't know. We have I don't know how to solve this. Like it seems like such a human problem where people are just greedy, they're corrupt, they'll sell their own people out, even their fucking families out in order to make it.
We start one issue at a time. So the question from Abby that kind of got us going down this path was, what is your top issue? So if Abby was to ask me that question, my number one issue has and been for a very long time immigration, illegal immigration, also too much legal immigration. And I know I'm further extreme on that than many people on stage, but I want to see a moratorium on immigration. My second
World War II, we were not competing with Japan and Germany to the same extent that we are now. A lot of countries have industrialized that we've had to compete with. But for us, like, you could say it's a lofty goal, and I would say somewhat not realistic, but my whole thing is for people to live the American dream. If I had to sum it up, that is literally for Americans to live the American dream. That is it. That is literally... If people could do that, any of the shit regarding race, any of this stuff, like, it doesn't matter. Can we continue on in this country with our that inherit this country have a better life than us? That is literally what motivates me. It's simply.
Right, Heather?
To an extent.
Yeah.
All those platitudes. So, but I think I don't want to gloss over your very first point you said, though, which I thought was great. You said unity. I'm paraphrasing it. You said you don't want us to be divided. You're saying as a country, domestically, that was your very first point you said.
Yeah. I do think we're a very divided country. We seek to. That's somewhat reactionary, are going to fight for my camp. Aside from personal stuff, at least.
See my position. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
My position on that is I do not want unity with the left. I often have seen over years that the Republicans and the right wing will relate to the left wing agenda that will compromise our values and our interests to go along to get along with the Democrats. With us, seeing what the Democrats in Virginia are doing, where they're going to lower the age, or they're floating the idea of lowering the age to get rid of the Supreme Court justices, the Virginia State Supreme Court justices, just because they ruled against them. These people are awful, and I don't think there is unity. Yeah, I don't think we can have unity. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not willing to capitulate whatsoever. The big issue comes in, how do we deal with these people? I mean, we're so divided, left versus right. I don't know if there is like an actual solution.
I think Trump's began some of it. The defunding of some of the universities. I mean, these ideas really spread when parents send their children off to college.
Yes, sir.
Nubis, come forth. Many people grow up in a family that's very loving, but all these crazy ideas about 72 different genders and shit like that. It's now throughout the internet. So I mean, there are other forums where you can now learn it. We have a decentralized culture. You're millennial, and I think many, others that fall in that gap are older. We grew up in a centralized. Or also racially, things like that. We largely watched a lot of the same. Like we all watched MTV, and we got to see we all listened to the radio, and that's why we'd watch the same movies, and those cultural references all affected us certain ways. However, today our culture is decentralized, and the internet has a lot to do with that. And I don't think it'll ever go back to. I think that's kind of a 20th century relic, of centralized culture. So I think we're kind of adjusting to that, and we're flopping around like a fish out of water, trying to figure out the path forward.
Let's see, my top three would be immigration, abortion, and education. I kind of tie immigration and education together because I have a lot of friends in the recruiting staff in the recruiting business, and one of the things that I learned was that anytime the U.S. talks about a skill gap, all of these other countries will create a curriculum throughout kindergarten through 12th grade, and they would literally produce the talent that the U.S. needs. And it's like, well, if other countries are doing that, why the fuck can't the U.S. do it?
Right.
If we have
other people, other countries making up curriculum.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they can't, but in one sense, it's the benefit of the American Empire. The fact that we are such a gravitational pull in the world for people literally changing to suit our economy. If that doesn't show American hegemony, I don't know what does.
Yeah, you got India, pretty much everywhere we're shipping jobs,
those places, I know these places for sure. India, China. What's the country underneath India? The little island.
Philippines.
No, it's the one.
You think Taiwan?
Yeah, all of those countries, they're literally from K through 12 or whatever their equivalent. I guess they call it primary and secondary or whatever.
At like Wharton, at our top business schools are Eastern European. They're not U.S. born and educated. If you take a look at the professional staff at our best business schools that are producing our ultimately our business leaders in the country, and our corporate giants coming out of those schools, they're not taught by Americans.
So we've essentially outsourced our education as well, not only our jobs, but our education. And the thing is, we could produce those people here with people running this country. The problem is that if we try to use the same teaching methods,
I'm saying professors who are conservative have chosen to leave. That's not my point. Instead of having William Buckley 2.0, you have nothing.
Let me respond, please. What the right did or did not do has nothing to do with what is being taught in urban areas, and specifically go back to something called New English and New Math. I'm not talking about the right. I'm talking the way they decided to teach in this country fucked it. That you can never make those a reality. And we're going back, and look, I'll give you an example, because actually that's a good point you
Hold on, I wanted to interject. And we got Joe B on stage. She knows more about education than I ever will. However, look, Marshall, blaming the parents is overlooking that largely about 15 to 20 years ago, there was an agenda in many school districts to change over the administrators into these gay, liberal, lesbian, butch dyke principles, and they ushered in an entire
Hold on, Marshall. School boards get elected. Boards of regents get elected. Marshall, school boards get elected. Then you try to survive as a Republican teaching in these jurisdictions and in these places that politically have a school board. That, I mean, look at some of the videos coming out in North Jersey where they passed these policies, and take a look at who's on those school boards.
Faith in Raymondville, Texas.
Okay, so I mean, but
before I was born.
However,
I'm not
they're political. They're political, and if you're a Republican trying to teach, you then also get outed by students that don't like your political opinion on something, and next thing you know, you're in the middle of
I'm not denying that happens. I'm simply saying the check on that is parents at school board meetings and people thrown out the phone.
the boards of regents, correct? So
Yes,
you can get saddled.
We're having one where I live.
Okay, you can get saddled with some pretty bad regents that then make these decisions. I mean, like, even if you have impassioned parents, I mean, you also have school boards that it becomes super political. I mean, just you can look at the bigger cities in our country. Look at New York City, what they're going through in their school district. Look at California with their the ethnic studies that they call.
Marshall, I am very.
I'm sorry.
I wanted to comment on what you said, Marshall. So, I will be honest with you. So, like, they do the school board meetings now are via Zoom because they don't let the parents go in the schools anymore, even to volunteer for our go through that curriculum and stuff like that.
That was never
That's a great
my
point.
point.
Hold on real quick.
That was my point.
Hold on real quick. Hold on, Marshall. That's a great point by Ann. Look, 3 in 10 children, 30% are raised in single-parent households. Marshall, how do you expect single-parent households to be able to be active enough to be able to do this? So that whittles it already down to 70%. I think there's a lot to say about that. We're worked to death just to try and afford our lifestyles. How do you also, there's a little bit of responsibility when people take taxpayer money, that they need to be accountable. And we haven't put enough emphasis on getting kids No, we're having dialogue. It is our place. You just said, hold on, if you're going to hold the parents accountable,
Maybe we would agree if I was allowed to finish the thought. The thought is, instead of having 5 parents in the room, you have 10 parents in the room. The school board is the lowest level of participation in our system. And yes, parents are busy. Yes, there are one-parent households. But if there are only 5 parents in that room, and if when teachers try to assign and raise standards, that the school board shoots them down because the parents complain that their kids are getting help. They don't.
How
are you supposed to change it?
No one on this app actually organizes.
How do you make that change?
I got the answer, and I'll pass it to Ann right after. She wants to say something. You said Ann always puts her money where her mouth is, except when it comes to education, where the government gets to dictate where her child goes in the requirements where she goes. What they should do is, rather than the money being attached to the school, wherever that head count is, it should be given to Ann, where she can send her child to where she wants to send her child to be educated.
Yeah.
Something
she's not able to because of how government in many states, now I know some states have fixed this with the vouchers, but many states it still is not fixed.
Anne is an involved parent. She goes out of her way to make sure that's done. She doesn't make excuses, right? More parents like that mean school system.
I'm a
And I'll be honest, like the past 4 years, I mean, there's a shortage of teachers right now. Like that Liberty University is doing this this program where if you want to be a teacher, you can go through this, like, I don't know, this 2-year program. It's like not even a year and a half program to become a teacher, like full licensed teacher. They're so desperate, shortage of teachers. Goes against morals and values. They don't want to teach it, and they're not appreciated. So like people like to complain too. But yeah, so there's not. So basically, all the teachers, majority of them, they are okay with teaching this kind of stuff, and the ones that aren't left.
Yeah, and my friend left. When she was not allowed to assign a 5-page essay double-spaced to her student, she quit. Because you can't, like, you can't, in my state, where I live is both the poorest region, it's got the most people in public assistance, but it's also the most underprepared for college. And it's because our standards are low. As George W. Bush said, and he's right, the bigotry of low expectations tanks.
If you're spending,
at the university level, no. At the school district level, yes.
2 hours a week doing homework or 50 hours a week, they're teaching garbage in, garbage out.
Yep.
And that's
okay. Then answer me this.
Going back to my original point, colleges go, all of those education systems overseas. They see what they need to compete, and they make sure their kids do it. We know
how do we?
The way the Biden administration did, they need to go after the school boards and create the same mess they did at city council meetings back in the early 2000s.
The federal government needs to do the job of the public. Is that what I'm getting?
Federal government. No, I mean the Department of Education, I think, needs to be shut down.
No, I wasn't asking about the Department of Education. I'm asking about your solution. Your solution sounded like, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounded like your answer was federal government to come down on the school district.
Republicans in the early 2000s started raising hell at city council meetings. And by doing that, they ended up getting people on their local governments elected, and then that translates to, county governments and state governments.
So I'm simply suggesting the wrong level of political power with which to deal with this. It's not at the school district level, it's at the city level.
I feel like it's the Federal Reserve's.
The Federal Reserve doesn't have anything to do with education.
I feel like all the money leaves.
Doesn't have anything to do with it.
Hi, I got a question for you, Marshall. Why are you such like an oppositionist to just like regular conservatives and regular maybe libertarian values? Is it a personality thing? Is it like a borderline personality thing? Like, what is it that makes you actually not here and complain about Republicans complaining about the Democrats? I'm just really confused.
This guy called me crazy. Come on. Yeah, I'm trying to have a genuine conversation here.
Because out of all the people on the stage, there are 3 people that actually contribute massively, maybe 4 or 5. Out of everybody in this room, Marshall's one that actually goes and knocks on doors. The rest of us either bitch about it on Clubhouse or go to RNC meetings and fund, I guess you would say, priorities in order to achieve those elections. But out of everybody on this stage, Marshall's the only one that will go door knocking.
Probably part of the agenda.
I door knock.
Agenda he has. That don't mean that you're
Why do you think
if you ever door knock?
Why do you think
I door knocked for Dave McCormick this last election. I flew to Pennsylvania.
Have you ever like tried to resist the liberal elite intellectual Democrats? Hello?
But Abby, if you ever door knock, you wouldn't get past my door. I'm just letting you know.
Oh, it's hard. Door knocking is not an easy thing to do, by the way. I look up to Marshall he's good at it.
And while I give Marshall all the credit for his efforts, and you too, Abby, door knocking is not the only metric by which we judge whether or not a person can have an opinion about this, nor does every person reveal everything they have done in this.
That was good.
So
That's
we
fine.
can eliminate that as the reason why we should or should not listen.
But I know, like Joe and
That's not why we centered this on me. We centered this on me because fucking what's his face is centered.
Marshall,
I was not the conversation.
But you know, Marshall, that I give you the utmost respect. You know, I give you the utmost respect for your background. Having said
I know. I just like I don't like being with.
I just want to know how.
And the only reason I was the center of the conversation.
Marshall,
Yahweh.
How many other people turned a blue district red? You did that. Everybody else on stage managed to do that? Because I failed. So how many others did?
Why would you want to turn them red?
We definitely moved a significant percentage of our vote.
Yours or my contributions, but Marshall literally turned his district down in there that was blue for like 100 fucking years. He turned it red. He actually did that.
What did you turn it red for, if I can use?
Sweetheart, lovely man, whoever the hell you are, you're like way off on what our conversation is.
No, I was asking a question. I said I don't know where you.
Well, you don't know, so that's not actually what we were talking about. We were talking about priorities.
No, Young, you're doing the fucking Glenn Beck thing where
And Young, keep your anti-Semitism like in check, so we can continue to talk about Republican priorities.
I didn't say nothing yet.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah,
you did.
back,
You absolutely did.
Wrong anyway,
Yeah, but you can keep your Jew hating like to yourself.
You don't
Can we
even
go
know about
back?
what actually a Jew is actually.
Really?
Back,
Okay, so Marshall, how long did it take to turn? Can we go back to what we were talking about? It is really exemplary to take a district.
about 10 years.
10 years.
No, not for the Republican cause, but not for the president. If I ever got asked, if I ever got asked for the president about the president, my answers were honest. I didn't give my personal opinion. Right, that's not my job.
Yeah,
right. My
but
job,
I'm just
my
curious
job was
how-
to prepare.
When you
Just let me answer very.
What are you doing?
My job was to prepare people to vote. And so if they asked about the president, I always told them that I would vote for the guy.
Did you hand out anything a brochure about him, or just the local? Like what physical paperwork did you
A
get?
local congresswoman and a state rep and a state judge.
See, when we handed out for McCormick, we also handed out for Trump. Like we. There for McCormick, but we also had a flyer for Trump.
No, we.
Does Brad attribute you turning a county or a region blue from red, and it occurred during a presidential cycle? I'm just curious, where's the connect the dot for me? How are you responsible for doing that?
Oh, Congressional District 15, Trump. Congressional District 15 had typically been held by a Democrat, but my Congresswoman Monica Cruz managed to turn it red for the first time in the district's history and had a vote for this for the first time since Richard Nixon.
We wrote on which wave? What cycle was that? Which year?
Oh Lord, I think it was 2018. She wrote in on the popularity. She got reelected in 24 on the wave of Trump. So like she managed to pass 4 bills, a couple for veterans, one. Time somebody in the Rio Grande Valley has passed a bill for the public in 40 years. So by turning the congressional level red, it also helped us promote the president. Now, while I never directly promoted Donald Trump, the ability to get people to vote red on a congressional level meant they had to go past the presidential level. And if they were going to vote red for Monica, stats show, at least Texas stats like UT Marist and the Dallas polling and Dallas Morning News polling, stuff like that, you have a greater chance of getting them to vote red at the top of the ticket. If they're going to go down the ticket and vote for Monica, they have to pass Trump. And more than likely, if they're going to vote for Monica, they're going to vote for Trump. So that's how my work connects.
From my understanding, though, typically voting is down ballot, not up.
Stats and political behaviors show in voters that they're more likely to vote at the top of the ticket for that party if they're going down the ticket to vote for the same party. You're more likely to vote for Trump if you're going to vote for Monica, basically.
How many votes did she deliver? Like, what was generally? What are we talking? 20,000. You got 20,000 votes in her district?
So her first win was by like 5 points. Her second win was by like 8 points. And her third win was by like 12.5 points. Something like that.
And she's still in office. She's been doing well.
For 40 years. since our former Congressman Ruben Hinojosa, who was tied in.
If Donald Trump were to give you a call and offer you a job to work in his administration, maybe shaping policy, would you join the Trump administration and work for Donald Trump?
Hey, Abby, what's your question?
So I'm trying to find on my phone we used when we went to people's homes, but we had an app that really kind of told us everything about each house and their voting patterns, and
so
like you weren't going blindly. Like we had a lot of information.
There are several.
I'm trying to.
There's one we have called Avid Impact. There was one we had called Campaign Sidekick. There was one I used called I360.
So wait, what you're saying is you wouldn't work for Donald Trump?
Campaign, so I'm like not. Really good software. So yeah.
Do you use it to knock on the doors?
For those unaware, what this means is like when I go to the door, I click on their house, and it says, for example, Mr. and Mrs. Gonzalez live there. Mrs. Gonzalez is 56, and she tends to vote Republican. Mr. Gonzalez is 66, and he tends to vote Democrat. And your target list is Mrs. Gonzalez. So I knock on the door, and I talk to them, and I ask for Mrs. Gonzalez. And we have a conversation, and at some point, she either says, well, Marshall, I'm happy to vote for Monica, or, thanks so much for your time. I'll talk to you later. One of those two things. But that's kind of how the data app works.
That's like 1 out of every.
Success with it.
That's our software too.
Yeah.
Like I'm in the persuasion model, so I'm getting independents and moderates. But once we transition to a GOTV model, all I'll be getting is the base.
That's interesting.
The worst part that I hated about I360 was the fact that you would like go 1 or 2, and then the next house wouldn't match the data that was in there. It would just be like.
I found that too. I found that the data in I360 and Texas often did not match the people.
That's interesting. Brad, were you going door to door for Donald Trump? I didn't know you were actually going door to door using software. How many conversations at the door fronts did you have, Brad? Did you beat Marshall?
Did you beat Marshall?
Yeah, it does. I mean, it's interesting. The other thing that we talked about this in rooms. The Republicans really took advantage of the harvesting. And I think that helped really bring in a lot of votes. So, how many?
Wait, Abby, before you go to the next question, could we just jump back to education real quick? I didn't get to say what I wanted to say about education. Because through property taxes, we collect $1.2 trillion a year, and Department of Education has a budget of over $200 billion a year. And so when we're trying to figure out what's wrong with education, it could be all that property tax money that the liberal elite Democrats collect on the backs of every American every single year to fund their communist teacher unions. Sorry, I didn't want to jump past that little point there.
Right. No, we can't avoid it though, right? Like,
of course.
through property tax and a quarter, and through property taxes, which seem to increase ever more, but which the state legislature seems to be on a path to eliminate, which means the Texas government loses lots of funding.
Easy way.
That means the communist teachers lose all the funding. That'd be great news.
I'm not saying we shouldn't have cheap property taxes. What I am saying is the Texas government can't do what it's currently doing without the property taxes. We have to eliminate the amendment in our Constitution that allows no income tax and have an income tax.
How about this? I got an idea. How about banning public sector unions? We used to have a ban on this years ago. Breaking up the teachers union, I think that's a great idea that was raised. These are public employees.
The scam going. We need to shut down 80% of the government. It's completely broke and serving no purpose. Why file a tax return? They can just send you a fucking bill. The whole thing is a scam. The taxation industry, the education industry, these fake Republicans like Marshall and Brad here who go around and act like Republicans, but they're really just Democrat shills. I meet these guys all the time here in Illinois. They don't fight the Democrats. They're fake Republicans. They're nothing but liberals themselves. Marshall proves it day after day here. Brad the Viking Warrior here on Clubhouse. Conservatives, they don't care about fiscal conservatism. They don't care about eliminating the liberal elite intellectuals who are ruining. All right, I am complete. I've landed my plane.
One of those people who doesn't like Lindsey Graham. Was the Project 2025 guy, Paul Bands. It ran into a lot of people in this state suddenly deciding they don't like Israel, which is interesting. Probably not reported on much, but it's a lot of people specifically trying to get Lindsey Graham out for that reason. But the usual normal reason people don't like Lindsey Graham is that he's kind of a rhino on other topics. So Alex,
doesn't he yield a decent amount of power in the Senate? I mean, as a constituent,
we had
he ran against a very fringe Republican, and a lot of Republicans did not want to support that candidate. So they kept Reid in office, but he also, and just like Graham, I mean, state that we are population had this incredible power in Washington. So we kept him in. I mean, I would think in South Carolina, Graham is pretty senior in the Senate, and there's definitely an appeal to that, correct?
There are videos where people will go to his hometown and just boo for 7 minutes straight because the accusation is that he spends only 1 month of each 6-year term actually interested in South Carolina. I'm not saying I believe the accusation, but the accusation is
pretty true.
The accusation is that he will lecture the people of South Carolina when there's a hurricane.
Focus was a lot more on Iraq.
The truth is, no one likes Lindsey Graham. Nobody in his voting district, nobody in the country, ever.
Carolina. However, he has pushed like various Republican agendas across the finish line on a national as well as geopolitical level.
The guy takes orders for F-45s over the telephone calls when prank calls call him and they say they're from Turkey and want to buy jets. The guy is a Raytheon salesman. Hello?
And like, I wouldn't listen to people on Clubhouse that tried to campaign on Clubhouse to win a fucking seat in an office that they failed. I'm just gonna throw it out there.
I will.
That's the great thing about ad hominem projection. That's a you problem, Brad.
As a consequence of being such a senior member of the Senate, it means his state gets a lot of things. In the same way that John Cornyn being a senior member of the Senate means that John Cornyn is able to bring the meat home for Texas. Right, senators to a really big degree
Yeah, he works for Raytheon. He takes orders over the phone direct for new fighter jets, personally.
Are you not getting me ignored? Senior one, they can bring a lot of meat home for the public, and that should be considered when people think about getting rid of them. If you get a junior member, they're a backbencher for you.
About Tom Cotton too, that most of their public persona is about their position on foreign affairs. And would people argue he's not good for his state? You know,
if I were to ask you what are the top earmarks and pork products that came out of the Congress people, you want to tell me who it is and how much and where. I already know these numbers. Number one pork product was in Jersey for $150 million by a congressman. If that's the type of meat you're talking about bringing home while the national deficit skyrockets past $100 billion. That's $3.3 billion a day.
Currently, you also have like his whole disaster relief. Like, granted, I think it still wasn't accurately like done, but he did bring that money going home, and his forget how much money. He put that at the top of the list and made sure that was going on. So, like, you know, Carolina does owe him some because he doesn't really necessarily forget him. His primary focus is always, like, when he takes a soundbite, it's always on foreign affairs. And I agree, he should.
Yeah, he hangs out with Reza Pahlavi and goes to his little soirees. Oh, you don't like the truth about Reza Pahlavi and Lindsey Graham's relationship?
And just screaming it.
That's okay. P words and F words. You all know he's a P word, right? Lindsey Graham's an F word too. F word and a P word.
Should really just.
But she's actually an interesting character in the state politics. Quite eccentric, but like I think she's a positive figure. But they're currently about.
Here's the crazy thing, Joe. Joe, like with it, like get rid of Lindsey Graham. Who replaces him? Who's the power dynamic that has as much pull as he does?
Okay, so that's what we're going to talk about. Lindsey Graham has significant challengers. Lynch is a businessman from South Carolina that is significantly challenging him. He's got two others, Paul Dans and Patrick Herman.
Paul Dans exited.
Yeah, he's good.
He's out. He supported Mark Lynch, right? Mark Lynch is now moving up. Right now, it appears like at least
Think about this. Would Trump have been able to push his agenda through? Like, Lindsey Graham has been one of the. He's also been one of the chorus boys. Like, to be honest, like, but you put a junior senator in there, Lindsey Graham, you take him out, okay, right now you're looking at power. Like, who has it?
Okay, Lindsey Graham tanked the midterms in 2018. He put up a bill that had no chance to pass of getting rid of abortion. Do you remember this? And there was such outrage that the Democrats used that to campaign off of, to push the 2018 election into where the Democrats got support from it. Lindsey Graham's responsible for doing that.
You see, correct. But Trump was never.
It was to tank the Republican support.
No, it wasn't, because that's actually what he believes in. Like,
and to pull Trump down.
No, that was literally what the Republican Party had, like, wanted, like a significant number of that at that time. Remember, there was a lot of support for that on the Republican.
The timing of it, he knew exactly what he was doing. It was just.
I think that's a bigger. I think that's a conspiracy theory. I think he really thought he could get it through. I'm fully aware. We all lived it.
In the Senate,
I mean, come on. I mean, he advocated for that for the longest time. So did a shit ton of Republicans advocated since Reagan's era.
I don't disagree.
Bill, the Democrats got their one and done, and actually it benefited Trump. Like, in reality, they blew their entire wad in that midterms, And then they had to push Joe Biden across the finish line, which you got 4 years of Democrats, which now gave us 12 years of Republican rule possible. So now you have 12 years of Republicanism versus, having a fucking, I don't know, who would have been up on the next, Gavin Newsom after Trump's second term. Like, now you have a chance for 12 years. So, yeah, maybe he mistimed it. Maybe he was going with, like, hey, we have power. We can push this through. And he really wanted to do it. And a lot of Republicans were backing that. A lot of evangelicals were backing.
Bought that. I mean, but staying domestically, he got Trump's legislation through. And that's the question. What I was asking, how do you vote out of office your senator that runs the budget committee? I mean, that's a powerful.
Trump bent the knee. I just see it differently in the sense that.
But Trump wanted to go after Iran. Like that was from his first term.
It's clearly also Lindsey Graham.
For like a Newland or a Bolton policy, he's advocated for like more of like stronger like fucking sanctions. That's what he's pretty much.
No, Lindsey Graham, it's famous for saying bomb Iran. He goes on Fox all the time talking about how we should just bomb Iran. He's been doing that for over a decade.
Yeah, but I mean, you got to look at his actions in the Senate.
When he's not on television. But.
Yeah, you got to look beyond like Fox News. You got to watch him on C-SPAN.
His public been to go to war with Iran. When no one else was for the, publicly doing it, Lindsey Graham was. This is literally Lindsey Graham's war.
Of him in Merle's Inlet, which is near
They're like, I don't know, for 25 fucking years, that's literally been their entire slogan. Like Hillary Clinton said, I'll blow them up. Obama, even on the campaign trail in 2008, said, I will deal with Iran. I'll solve it. And they won't be able to do any of that stuff. He was like, I'll draw a red line in the sand. That that doesn't mean shit. You got to actually watch the Senate floor, and you got to actually watch what they say when it comes to like War Powers Acts and what they give their speeches on. You have to sit there and pull that in.
What did he really say then, Brad? If you're saying it, because he's had the public position to go to war with Iran for 15 years.
He can't go to war. Like, first off, it's Lindsey Graham. He can't unilaterally go to war. Like, that's absurd.
I don't even know what you're arguing.
But he's not advocated. In fact, he put measurements and he was like, we need to find a way to deal with Iran. He had bipartisan support. He was cheering on bipartisan. Just absurd not to like recognize that. Like, he had Democrats and him and like fucking Cruz and everybody else cheering on about like we need to deal with Iran. Like, all of these guys used to sit there and have the same fucking stream of thought. Like, it's
what I said. It's the established. Became a thorn in Trump's ass. So look, this all policy of the Republican
on discretionary spending in every department. We're issuing a 20%.
You're kidding, right?
Not. I'm literally not. Like, other than the big beautiful bill, what policy has the Republican Senate pushed through? Because they're not. The House is voting on bill, and it's dying in the Senate.
But I mean,
okay, so the tax policy.
I mean, in the first 100 days of Trump's presidency, what have they done since? Look, I'm a Republican. I'm just calling into question that the Republican establishment in the Senate.
with him. So he does need senatorial support. The same thing with his energy and regulatory rollbacks and the reconstruction of those. He also did, the Senate also did the workforce changes. I mean,
the Housing Affordability Act.
I mean, the Laken Riley Act. You had, a number of things. Oh, and also the appointments. They're appointing fucking judges. Like,
stocks and cryptocurrency.
I mean, you know what it takes to deregulate. Like, you have to sit there and you have to get those.
Then the question is, do you think this has been a successful Republican Senate term?
Yes, so far, yes. Like, they have given the latitude for Trump to actually execute the administration because he couldn't get it passed through Congress thanks to the Dems because it's a narrow margin. Hell, it's even narrow in the Senate, really, if you want to be honest. So, like, what they have done is just shielded Trump to allow him to effectively go ahead and do it, while they've basically targeted areas that they actually could. I mean, you're arguing against a Marshall, and then you're saying, well, I want to get rid of one of the biggest powerhouses in that fucking Republican Senate. But I want this other guy who will have no pull, no power. Take Lindsey Graham's place, and it's not going to be the newly elected senator that's going to have that power. Who is it? Thune? Like, Thune's got power, but you can't chip away all the leadership and say, hey, you know what? I want to get rid of all these guys, because when they're all junior, guess what? They don't have the power. They just don't.
I also want to say something else that they did. I mean, if you watch the hearings and you see also in the beginning of that were brought in front, kind of getting rid of or making sure that the progressives within the Senate did not get their policies through. I mean, a lot of what they did was also on the defensive, not just.
Be a lot of voters that have the same opinion that I do, that the Republican Senate has largely sat on their hands. They haven't delivered enough wins. I'll give you an example. We have right now a bill that's supported by 80% of the public, and they're not moving forward with it, the Save America Act. It's been pushed heavily by Mike Lee. Moving forward, it's heavily supported by the American people. John Thune says it's a non-starter. It's not even going to go anywhere. It's been voted on many times by the House. It's not going to go anywhere. So there's definitely a disconnect.
Of Alpha and Omega upon the situation.
They don't have the 60 votes. What do you like? They're right. It's a non-starter. They don't have the votes. And then on top of that, you're going to have the filibuster. You're going to take their time. Unfortunately, that's just the way the map and the math work. Like, the Republicans are going to retain the Senate. Like, there's really like a less than 1% chance that they're going to actually fucking lose it. Like, even fucking Edmund could fucking run this fucking campaign for the Senate and actually succeed, and that's saying a lot. So, like, the idea that they're going to lose this, no. I mean, even the Democrats don't have a real big playbook. That's why they're not dumping as much money. Look at the
is going to go Democrat.
Well, I don't know about that, because the maps are kind of changing. I still say 50-50, flip a coin, and that's how you can tell. And it's going to be 4 + 4 or -4, one way or the other.
Okay, so there was one time in Texas. Seat majority in the House. So you could be right. Maybe the scenario in which like that 1 seat margin grows.
Correct. And so I'm sitting here going, yeah, like the Senate, just unfortunately, yeah, I wish the Save America Act would pass. I mean, there's issues I have with the bill itself. I think it could be a lot more. Trump is really good at running on vagueness and allowing interpretation to be like fought out in the courts. But at the end of the day, I still think that this would be a good thing for America. But when we look at it, he just doesn't have the votes. Like, where is he going?
Okay, listen. They have the votes to get rid of the filibuster.
And if you get rid of it, why would you do that?
The Democrats are going to do it when they take.
No, they won't.
Okay. Here's the problem. Here's the reason the Republicans don't do this. If we do it, we get the SAVE Act and maybe 2 or 3 other bills. But then when the Democrats are in control of the chamber, they will be able to force everything and their mother down our throat without our consent. And it won't matter. And it won't matter because we got rid of the very rule that would stop them from doing the place. And if we think it's inevitable, then we should look at the last 15 to 20 years of them promising they would.
It was down to 2 senators from them overturning it last time. It was Sinema and Manchin, and they're no longer in the Senate.
No, so, and the guy from Philadelphia.
Let me finish my thought, okay? In Virginia, and what they're floating the idea now of enforcing retirement state Supreme Court, the Virginia State Supreme Court. Promising it, and we're not doing. It was 2 votes shy from happening last time. I think now that they're going to get the votes, it will happen inevitably.
If they get rid, so think about it. They have to be in power to get rid of the filibuster. So. And force the Democrats to actually give up and force them to take time off the clock to end the fucking filibuster. The weird thing would be to sit there and go, hey, you know what? Let's take what little time on the calendar there is. I'm arguing about it. Yeah. And so take all that time and say, hey, you know what? We're going to dedicate it to the filibuster, and then say, hey, we're going to get rid of it. No, let the Democrats burn through that. Why would we even conceive of doing that? Because I don't want them to spend 8 fucking months, or, well, I think it would be 3 or 4. Marshall thinks 8, somewhere in the middle. Why would I want to do that during our term when we can actually pass things like we got rid of the DEI cuts? Okay, some people don't like them. I happen to think are kind of fucking important to us to help stabilize energy production, things those lines. You're thinking just ending the filibuster, but again, I'm telling you, they would be stupid of us to waste our fucking time doing that. Let the Democrats.
By the way, it's just next to impossible.
Yeah, because the Democrat Party doesn't want a country with us. Supporters want to kill us. Even some of their politicians have advocated for killing Republicans.
I was talking to, we have an issue in our state, obviously, and it actually is in your state too, because you have the same thing legal. And it's just, and it's also hard, is what they say, to get something onto the floor of the Senate in general.
It's hard to get someone within an agenda, but the other point about the filibuster is it is the protection of minority rights in the Senate. And as convenient as it would be to get rid of it, the founders really genuinely intended for there
The
to
founders
be.
didn't create it. The founders never created this.
No,
This is not-
the founders did not create
This is
filibuster.
not in the Constitution.
It was
This
created
is not a law.
It was created in the early 1800s as a Senate
1817.
rule. And the reason it was created was because there was no way to change it to a 50+1 calculus. It makes it so debate is absolutely endless. So the filibuster doesn't get rid of the ability to talk endlessly. The chamber, if you get rid of the filibuster, runs by endless debate. The LBJ, despite the son of a bitch and corrupt motherfucker that guy was the first dude since 1865 to get the chamber to run in a functional manner. And part of that problem was continuous debate without end. Right? The ability not to be able to know cloture stopped the Senate from functioning well. Now maybe it's a time, maybe it is, if the Senate decides to go to a place where but I have a feeling the American public will get very frustrated very quickly if the Senate of the United States was not able to end debate on a matter that they disagreed with because they got rid of the filibuster. And as long as they can talk, that bill gets held up. There's no ability for cloture. There's no ability to end debate. There's no ability to stop the passage.
Okay, you made your point. You don't have to keep repeating it. Listen, what we deal with today is if one senator objects for the unanimous consent request to move forward, then they don't even have to debate. Okay, so what we're dealing with. What? We had previously was endless debate where they actually had to go on the floor and debate this. However, now what we're dealing with is where they don't have to go and debate it. So it's not like all of a sudden everything's better because of this rule. They should have to go on the floor. We need to get rid of at least the zombie filibuster where they can just avoid.
He objects to literally anything with a list on it. Anytime the government puts a list together, if it's people lists, a list of places, if it's a list of anything,
nowhere to kick it out the door. What is wrong with you? Hello?
It's the function of the U.S. Senate. If the Senate can't function, which it can't currently.
We're talking about why he filibusters in the same way why you filibuster and Viking filibusters here on Clubhouse. You guys are the fake Republican filibuster hypnosis. Filibustering means let them project their filibustering. Please proceed to filibuster. Hello?
The real thing that this comes down to is yes, the Republicans can't pass a SAFE Act because you have to have 60. You can't because you have to have 60 votes.
Yeah, Joe, you have every right to be mad and upset. Wait, you have a right to.
No, you don't have to talk for me. I can talk. Look, the zombie filibuster was not invented by Rand Paul. It's been around and it's been used heavily.
No, but Rand Paul is the greatest user of it.
Hey, can I talk? So this is a cop-out to blame it on Rand Paul. This has existed for over 50 years. It doesn't change that voters are frustrated with them, and that's why I think Republicans shouldn't rest.
To function that way.
Marshall, you're going to have to eventually figure out where you're going to get your hearing aids and find out how much it's going to cost for your hearing aids, Marshall. Kmart, I hear, has good deals.
The zombie filibuster came in and it dominated in the procedural reforms of 1972 to 1975. Are you pushing back on the dates that I've listed?
No, sir, I'm not. In fact, you and I agree that getting rid of the zombie filibuster would be a good idea. I think the filibuster should. Eliminate minority rights in the Senate. I don't
think we should get rid of it. Like it would be detrimental to us. Like Biden had problems. Do you remember all the times that like actually the Senate Republicans kind Kamala Harris? You want to give her like the Senate on full tilt?
Biden's agenda, like giving Stacey Abrams $2 billion at the end of the day, passing out trillions of dollars in COVID scams. His agenda, you mean his frauds, his scams, his larceny, and the Democrat pilfering of our treasury.
Oh, so to make your argument, there's a 1962 movie, very famous movie called Advising Consent with Henry Fonda. And it's basically about drama in the Senate. And there's one of the famous scenes in the movie. In 1962 that came out.
Look, this isn't what the founders intended. I understand why they do it, and I understand why they went with the zombie filibuster. Without ever being put on the record, we can't, as voters, hold them accountable for taking positions we disagree with them on.
Fully agreed. I think you hit the nail on the head.
Look, Abraham Lincoln was one of the greatest filibusterers this country's ever had, next to Marshall Rankin and Viking here, who apparently need to get their hearing aids checked because they pretend that people don't exist and they just talk as if they know everything. But they don't know what a good filibuster is. So I'm going to tell you what a good filibuster is. It's somebody
agreement people have in debates, like getting that stuff in committee would probably make us a lot easier. So I really do, I literally agree with your idea to get rid of the zombie filibuster, right? Itself should stay, but the zombie filibuster absolutely ought to go. It's outlived its usefulness.
So you have a lot more faith in the Democrats not, jamming through their agenda.
No, it's not that I have faith. I just don't think the Republicans being the people to get rid of it, that the narrative after that will be good for us. If we then insist later on, guys, we hate having your shit shoved down our throat, the answer will be, don't look at us, you fucking did this shit, not me, I'm just operating by your rules. Right? If we maintain that the filibuster should be there, and we maintain.
Marsh just does the same thing every day. It's so stupid.
Be the people that want to be authoritarian, not us.
Well, Look, I mean, we've hashed this out largely. Senate Republicans, and it has been for decades. It's been one of my biggest gripes is the Mitch McConnell wing of the party. Sure, you know, a blind hog stumbles upon an acorn every once in a while. They get some victories here and there that I support. They don't necessarily represent the interests of the grassroots right-wing populists, and they haven't. And I think Trump wasted an opportunity. However, he learned his lesson the first go around in Washington that if you want to get anything done, and if you want to have them support, you better play ball with the major players like the Lindsay. For life with the Republican Party after Trump. Will they stab Trump in the back? I don't know. Look, these Republican senators are snakes, bro. They go with the wind at any time they have an opportunity, and they only look out for their own ass.
A couple of things, Joe. Like, I have my contentions with Mitch McConnell. There are things that, like, I can go throughout history and say, yeah, I don't agree with Mitch McConnell, and we could all beat up on Mitch McConnell, but to sit there and say the motherfucker didn't hand us the courts across the nation and the Supreme Court, that feat alone has to give me like, all right, dude, I get it. I didn't like some of your antics. I didn't like some of your but you gave us a fucking monumental. And to be fair, McConnell gave the progressives a win. He gave them states' rights over abortion. The progressives are just too stupid to realize they won on that. Overall thing was that he actually got, like, you have to look at what the Supreme Court has overturned. Like, get rid of Roe v. Wade, but like the Chevron decision, like you have all of the different things that they went ahead and did, and you're sitting there going, all right, now it's back in Congress's hands where it belongs, and you basically have Mitch McConnell to thank for that. You literally have him. Well, you also owe Joe Biden a smidge of gratitude, because thanks to him and then the whole board debacle, yeah, you owe the Democrats like a round of applause. So for all you Dems in that shit show that you didn't like. So, you know, Mitch McConnell gave us a not just a victory, but he gave us a multi-administration victory. And Democrats in office, it's a conservative court. It's a constitutionalist court. Now they can't legislate through the Supreme Court and get their doctrine in. So we're kind of protected. Like, Mitch McConnell put up a security net, and I gotta hand it to the man. He's a fucking genius. I don't like
legacy, Brad.
Yeah,
legacy is the court.
Yeah,
he was the guy when Bork got. Anybody besides you or Joe has ever lifted the speech that he said to everybody. You'll remember it.
Yep, and he got it. He got it all the way. And we fought tooth and nail, and Mitch McConnell never gave up. He never stopped. He kept charging forward. He kept playing the politics game. And unfortunately, it is a circus. You're thinking, like, a lot of people tend to fall into this trap of thinking, like, Republicans can rule forever. There's going to be Democrats. And they're not all bad. Like, some of their policies are not 100% bad. But you have to recognize that when we are absolutely against the policy, we want the mechanism to be able to say, no, stop that. And we now have it. Mitch McConnell set that up. He gave it to us. Now we can do that for at least I don't know, maybe a decade more. And now we're pretty good. You now have Trump, who shifted a lot of the Republican. Remember, there were moderates. And unfortunately, MAGA at that time wasn't going to win elections. You needed the moderates. You needed conservatives. You needed every other entity outside of MAGA. So if you, as MAGA, couldn't have to give something to that side. Trump recognized it. Everybody else recognized it. And even Vance recognized it. And he's not even MAGA, to be honest with you. His policies are definitely, they cross over, but they're not necessarily in alignment with MAGA if you actually listen to where his stances are on things. But he's, you know, Rubio, he's more of he shifts a little bit over, a little bit more to the center as well. You have to play with the center. You have to draw votes in from the center. If you can't do that, you lose. Hats off. My case in point, my evidence to this is Kamala Harris's campaign. If you can lose in abysmal failure.
Yeah, Trump created the largest coalition for the Republican Party since the early 1900s. He created the largest youth vote for the Republican Party since Richard Nixon's landslide in 1972. Right? Was huge. It makes the case in presidential elections for a very broad tent for the Republicans. Enforced by our principles, obviously, but like absolutely enforced by the principles, but a broad tent that gives us a broad enough coalition to win every time. Like he did a really good job in 24 at that.
Yeah, so the coalition's cracking. But look, I want to move this just a little bit. Wednesday, there's going to be a major announcement about the 2020 election. Kash Patel's been on the record talking about this, that they're going to be releasing information about that the 2020 election was stolen. Republicans that had their hand in.
But I have to eat a whole lot of crow because I've said for at least 5
hard. You've been going hard. Crow to eat. Something goes up.
This is going to be released by Kash Patel. I think it's Wednesday, but maybe. Wait, let me look at that. I'll look again at it. Do you remember? Did you hear about this, Matt?
I saw little bits of it. I just haven't had a chance to follow up on it. But so they have an official date now, kind of like on.
I think so. I think Kash was on one of the Sunday shows and said this this weekend. That let me pull it up. I'll get some more details for you. I'll nail it.
I was curious, like what. He obviously didn't give out too many details because I'd be curious to see how he will end up showing that part of things. You know what I mean? I wonder what it actually looks.
What he has said is that he.
Damn. I mean, I know a lot of people called this crazy when it came to this, but all we've asked is if this is true, this is like tragic. I mean, it's complete undermining of our democracy. I don't know what you even do. I don't know how you even recover. They better not hope that they have like a ton of good evidence because I don't know what you do. Like if I was said, yeah,
we crush them politically. We get rid of the filibuster.